too close up. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm just trying to get this camera right. This might be fine. Just feel like it's too close. How do you do this again? Come on. Come on, camera, listen. Y'all got to see this video real quick. Math Hoffa makes a point in this video that I think is crazy. I've heard it once before, and I'm hearing it again. And so now I gotta explore that. So I'm gonna be looking for some help on this live right here. Spare the moment. I just hopped up here and went live, so I'm gonna give you guys a few moments to come in. Just go ahead. Okay, Joy Sinkers is in the building. What's up with you, Joy? She says, good morning, Mr. Wesley. Good rise to you. Renee, no, it was protection for himself. Renee, listen, I agree. And I think most of the men up here with Hoffa agrees. But Hoffa has a different opinion. And it's shocking. It's shocking because it's really a revelation, because it's almost the exact words of, if you guys know Amora. It's the exact same thing that she says. And I always thought she was gaslighting. So to hear somebody else that doesn't know anything about us, I would say, I do know Math Hoffa, so does my brother, but I don't think he's invested in this saga at all. But I heard him say the same opinion that she gave. And I have to explore that now because I'm enlightened. I have to know more about it. Peace, everybody. Say Tangela Sears. What's up with you, Tangela? Royal D, peace. Welcome in. Stephanie, what's up with you? Rise. Renee, good morning. Good morning to you. Robin Lotz says, good morning, Kevin in chat. Peace to you, Robin. Dennis says, good morning, King. I want to speak on this matter only because I'm going through something similar with my son, my firstborn son. Hang on, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that comment. Firstborn son, the person that made me understand tears of joy. Absolutely. You're more than welcome to speak on this subject too. Let's see here. Janice, peace to you. Angela, peace to you. Robin, peace to you. Let's see here. Pay me the beef. Listen, now, pay me the beef. I know you're familiar with some of the things that Amora says. Math Hoffa is going to say something in this video that is eerily similar to something that she has said. And it blew my mind because I've only heard it from her and I thought it was gaslighting. And now I'm starting to question, damn, there's always more to learn. Now, and the thing about it is he didn't give any reason as to why. And that's what I'm missing here. I would like the substance that goes along with this idea. You know what I mean? And so we're going to explore that. I think it's a very evil thing to provoke someone and then flip a camera out. I do too. My son did that to me, and he's trying to physically make me sick right now. I'm sorry to hear that. There's always two sides to it. Hey, peace to you, angry Cowboys fan, bro. I watch you every day, bro. Every single day, bro. You killing it over there, man. And we gonna get right, man. Listen, y'all, I hate to take this little break, but angry Cowboys fan, I haven't heard anybody say this. Have you thought about this, brother? That this is stab in the dark, but we get some players back. We'll have Deron Bland back, Pro Bowler, Trayvon to be on the other side. Of course, we're saying that he ain't really being physical, but him, Deron Bland. Once we get that pass rush back, we pretty loaded at safety. So I think once we get that help, you don't think we could change things around in the later part of the season? Because we lost all our players early. Maybe we get them back later on and we're healthy at the end of the year versus most teams. Most of the time we get more injured at the end of the year. You know what I mean? So what if I'm no analyst now? I watch this stuff, but maybe I'm just thinking like a fan and thinking what I would like to see happen. But what if, man, we get strong, healthy, start playing solid football right at the end of the year, take that into the playoffs and go deep into the playoffs, man. They say we're trying to get Alvin Kamara. Hey, I mean, we still got a couple other, what's his name? Cooks on the sideline. Hey, The Queen's Quarters says, this is Jamie, letting you guys know. So of course, guys, that's Queen's Quarters. Join that with Jamie. She's gonna be doing some amazing things over there. But I'm sorry to get. He said we got to move more physical when they come back. If we can do that, we'll be. That's what I'm thinking, man. And we could be having a whole different conversation by the end of the year. But I ain't gonna harp on it, bro. But you know, I'm a Cowboys fan to the core. If y'all Cowboys fans, man, put a 1 in the chat. You ain't interrupt, bro. Welcome in, man. I need to catch one of your lives. I'm trying to get this screen to pop back down, though. Zoom back out some. I don't like it all in my face like that. Anyway, guys, if y'all ready, I'm gonna hit how you make this thing? Now, come on, man. You ain't listening now. Y'all, I swear to God, I know how to do this normally. I think it's supposed to be out to the side like this. Okay, up, out. Man, if you don't zoom out, bro, get out of my face. Let me just see if I can. That's just gonna have to work. All right, guys, we're gonna get into it. Listen, guys, this is Math Hoffa, and he's a well-known rapper, well-known artist, has a great podcast. I'm a Math Hoffa fan. I'm gonna tell you now, he's nice. He nice. He might not be on the word rap stuff, but every time I ever heard Math Hoffa spit, it's an 8 out of 10 bar, an 8 out of 10 verse. The brother can go. He nice. I've been liking Math Hoffa for years. All right, but you know, it's rare you get to hear people that you like to listen to, watch on TV, think and talk. And so I'm thinking our minds actually work very differently. You know what I'm saying? So he doesn't believe that Safaree should have shown that video of Erica Mena. He has his own thoughts about it. I'm gonna let him share those and we're gonna explore them. But it's very interesting to me, right? Because the other brothers are trying to enlighten him to the harsh realities of being accused of DV and how he's trying to protect himself, and Math still ain't getting it. And I hate to say he's not getting it. Maybe we're not getting it. Maybe I'm not getting it. You know what I'm saying? So I want to explore this more. So without any further ado, let's get into this video, okay? I'm gonna make it bigger since I don't want me all up on the screen like that. Let's go. Hang on. All right, let's get into this video, family. Trust me, this is a good one. Very interesting.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about Safaree.
Fine.
I think nobody cares.
Well, he kind of mentioned it in the last thing.
People at this point, I think people just like seeing
what happened to him.
Erica
Mena put her hands and stuff on in front of the kids.
And he posted it.
Yeah,
you got 2 kids with this chick.
But you want to know what? If he would have did that to her, that shit would have been huge.
She threw something at him, hit him, and all that.
We probably got to balance it out.
It's called being a man, bro.
But that's a great point.
Yeah, but we probably got to balance it out.
We don't respond emotionally, and we don't do things that in the long run don't make fucking sense. You're doing this to the mother of your kids. What type of relationship?
Wait, did he hit her?
No, she hit him,
She
bro.
was hitting him.
No, I understand, but again, bro, you doesn't matter.
It's on video in front of the kids.
We telling the whole world.
It should matter.
Like, why?
It
What?
should matter.
When he see what's going on out here, he like, fuck
That's
that.
a
I'm not trying to be a
double
It does
victim.
matter.
Nah, it's some bitch ass
It should
shit.
matter.
Nah, bro, that's some bitch ass shit.
Wait. He filmed it.
And then put it
it's
out
the house
to the
camera.
public.
House
It's
camera.
the house.
You hear this already, right? I just got to run that back. His thoughts are so strong on the subject. Even though people are saying, okay, say Tyrem saying, Math Hoffa, a whole goofy. Man, listen, I'm a fan of Math Hoffa. This is the first time really hearing his thoughts on topics like this. But I'm like, what the hell? What you mean? That's not a man. To me, I think that men can't do shit. We can't. I heard a girl say, what's up with a man? Something about watching Netflix and just watching Netflix for hours, like that's gay. He was like, we can't even watch Netflix. We can't do nothing, man. It's things just keep on being taken from us. You know what I mean? So I don't know what he's saying by be a man. What you mean, be a man? I don't know what that means. Does that mean take the abuse and stay silent? Because that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. And I think it's kind of like that is what he's saying. No human alive should have to take a punishment like that and have to stay silent about it. And I don't mean go public either. So maybe that's what he's saying, go into the public. And let's just go back. Y'all got to hear this. These are very strong thoughts. Let's go back. Because I wanted to stop him a little bit earlier. And I just said, no, what? I ain't going to stop it that soon. But let's just get back to it.
In sense, you're doing this to the mother of this chick.
But you want to know what?
We got to go bit by bit and make sense of this, okay? So let's go.
If he would have did that to her, that shit would have been huge.
She threw
fucking
something at
news,
him,
bro.
hit him and all that. in front of-
Okay, so did you hear this? If he would have did that to her, it would have been huge news. Now let's just point this out, okay? Just here recently, okay? In the recent history, we ain't got to go far back. Everybody here knows about my family situation, my brother and his wife's situation. But we can go back a little shorter history than that, and let's take Keke Palmer. Okay, she shows footage of Darius kind of manhandling her for this phone. It was everywhere. It was literally, I think, taken from the same type of angle. And this is what makes me question, are they faking this shit? Because even that situation was eerily similar, but yo, we can't sit and act like my brother's situation is the only domestic situation. Yo, this happens everywhere. So maybe they are all similar in ways. Maybe they're not all trying to do some type of publicity stunt, but let's just remove the idea of a publicity stunt for a minute. We're trying to keep our mind clear here, okay? Angle set up from the living room camera, right? Okay, Darius and Keke Palmer are tussling for the phone. Now, he threw her over the couch. Now, that's a little heavier than what Erica Mena did, but Erica Mena doesn't have that power, and hitting is hitting. The difference is she looks to be in imminent danger. She's a woman. He's much stronger, and she probably is. Let's be real. Our strength does not compare at all to a woman's. We got stronger bones, stronger bodies. She's not as durable as us. If you hit her with the same force she hit you with, it would hurt her more because she's not as durable as us. So getting into a tussle match with a man is a bad decision for a woman. You should never approach a man on some physicality stuff. That's ridiculous, yo. Ridiculous. Okay, so they're tussling. He throws her over the couch. She appears to be in imminent danger. Safaree doesn't look to be in imminent danger. So if you take out gender and you just look at what's happening, it doesn't seem as heavy, right? However, you got two children watching Erica Mena do this to her husband, to her ex-husband. You're watching them see her throwing things in the home and breaking them. They're witnessing this in front of the children. And there's no children around in Darius and Keke Palmer's interaction. Now, it's dangerous for Keke Palmer, but the inherent trauma that we know is going to show up in those children is not there in that particular scene. So I think that should add a little bit more weight to what Safaree posted, right? Because the children watching this. So no, he's not in imminent danger, Erica, but you're doing this shit in front of your children. Yeah, he could take a licking and keep on ticking. Many men do. Like what Math Hoffa is saying, many men do this, yo. We get into arguments, our woman get upset with us, she start throwing punches, we just block and go on about our business and then chalk it up to she was emotionally upset, right? We don't look at it as dangerous as she should look at it with us. And it should be looked at differently, guys. I'm not one of those people who believes in gender biases, but that one I understand, okay? A woman should definitely avoid a man who would hit her because that's her life on the line, man. And that the fear of that danger is present. Should a man avoid a woman? Absolutely. But the act of hitting is heavier when a man is doing it. It's a fact. You got to be honest about that, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, you got Erica Mena now. She's not being talked about everywhere, such as Darius was with Keke Palmer. So they're right. It's not a big a deal. It's not as big a deal. And they're going to even give an example here in a minute that's going to blow our minds even more. It's probably not going to blow our minds. Let's be honest. But it's going to show how we think. We definitely don't think much about a man going through physical abuse as we do a woman. You understand? So it's just not a hot topic for us. So if it were the other way around, it would be everywhere. That is a fact. Let's continue.
We probably got to balance it
But
out.
it's called being a man, bro.
But that's a great
Yeah,
point.
but we probably got to balance it
We
out.
don't respond emotionally and we don't do things that
Now, right here, why is Math Hoffa calling this an emotional response? This is what I'm saying. It's like we do anything to invalidate this brother, to invalidate men. When Tyrese came out, oh, he emotional. Yo, he can't see his child, yo. He can't see his child. You'd be emotional if you couldn't see yours either. Now, that's an emotional response, but it's still valid and real because what he's stating is facts. When women go on live crying, is that not an emotional response? And we're not disqualifying her. It's like we're saying men ain't allowed to have emotions. Men are not allowed to cry. They're not allowed to feel or express or articulate their feelings. Go cry in the corner, go cry in the car. And that thought, guys, it really is demoralizing to men. It actually just, it makes you feel like if a man is human in any way and shows pain, that he's somehow not a man. He's a man, whether he cry, whether he is strong, whether he's tall, whether he go back and forth with women, whether he gay, whether he weak, don't matter. He's a dude. He's a man. He is a man. And so the fact that we try and say you're not a man because of this thing, this behavior, he's still a man. He's just a poorly raised man. He's still a man though. So this thing where it's like you're not a man, it sounds ridiculous to me. So Math Hoffa said he's supposed to be a man. And he goes, it's women who do emotional responses. Why are you calling that emotional? Safaree wasn't emotional. He went live and he talked about it. I don't think necessarily he should have went that route. But, you know, you got to leave it with this thing here. A man's got to do what a man's got to do, or a woman or a person has to do what they have to do. All right? Hang on. Because I could get going, guys, and stay in my teaching mode and then not acknowledge a lot of comments. And I want to be able to do that, man. I think that's better for you guys to hear your comments and stuff echoed. So let me get to some of your comments. 134 watching, 34 likes. Yeah, come on, y'all. Come on, like the video, guys. I'm going to be saying some things you can definitely use. I'm going to spark you to think. That's what I do. All right. Let's see here. Veronica says allegedly. Absolutely allegedly. I think men don't supposed to have feelings, which is a lie. They think men don't supposed to have feelings, which is a lie. It's true. It's true, y'all. Yeah, Jamie says, come on, y'all, get them likes up, man. People noticing y'all not liking this stuff. Now, come on, now, don't do me like that. Why y'all doing me like that? And then it don't cost you nothing to hit a like. I don't even ask y'all for cash apps and stuff, man. Y'all could at least hit the like button now. Let it be the other way around, and he would have been labeled a narcissist, crazy, dangerous, and they would say he needs to get PPO on him. They absolutely would have, bro. They absolutely would have. She's not being talked about because she's been doing this on national TV for years, and it's not surprising at this point. That's a good point as well. In most comments I'm seeing, she's been like this. She's like this with her ex, and she was like this on, I think it was Love and Hip Hop. I don't watch any of that shit. I've never saw it, so these people be complete strangers to me. All right, guys, I don't watch TV. I know my life will probably be very boring to you guys. Let's see here. The trauma and everything, he cursed her. She had enough and snapped. Why didn't he expose her before? He waited to get her upset. Veronica, great point. And I think they're going to say some things. Math Hoffa's going to say some things like that. Okay? Let's see here. Get the likes up, Lachelle says. Yeah, come on, y'all. Come on now. Erica Mena, she said Erica Mena has beat on every man she has been with. Wow. So again, people are pointing out that this is like her. You see what I'm saying? So it's not going to be taken, the gravity of it's not going to be as heavy because she has shown these type of aggressive attitudes anyway. So as much as we might want to say, well, he brought that on himself, and he very well may have with how he was treating her. I guess so did every other man, right? And you got to look at it and say, no, she's prone to hitting. Your autonomy is on you. You chose to hit it. You should walk away. It doesn't. And again, if it was on the flip side, I don't think you guys would be saying she waited to turn the camera on. If this man is hitting her, it's a problem, right? Adonis said, I had to learn this. When anyone always tells you you're not being a man, chances are they don't respect you as a man, right? Or they're trying to control you. That's another way. It's a manipulative tactic as well, a shaming tactic. Oh, you're not a man because of your opinion just now. You're not a man because you spoke on a subject. You're not a man because you responded. You're not a man because, yeah, come on now. I guess I'm not a man then. I'm something else. I always say that. My grandma used to always say that, Kevin, you are something else. I'm something else then. All right. Knowing that you can't save everybody because you see the red flags in the beginning. That's true. You can't. And sometimes you don't see the red flags, and sometimes you don't know what a red flag is, right? Let's go though. Let's get back into this video because I really want to explore this topic.
In the long run, don't make fucking sense. You're doing this to the
Okay, so hang on. Let's go back. What he said was something that was key. I agree with this.
That's a great
Yeah,
point.
but we
probably gotta balance it
We
out.
don't respond emotionally, and we don't do things that in the long run don't make fucking sense.
Now listen. That's one sentence, and I paused it before he completed it. Okay, we don't move in emotion, comma. We don't do things that in the long run don't make sense. Okay, that's true. I cut half a sentence off. That's on me. That's true. If men supposed to have better vision long distance, women have better vision for detail up close. This is why when we went hunting together, you guys were better at gathering and we were better at seeing in the distance. So here's how we work together. If I'm aiming at what I'm hunting and it's far off, you keep your eyes on the surroundings and make sure we are not being hunted, that we are not in a dangerous position because some bear, some tiger, some mountain lion or something is out there that could attack us, right? And so this is very important. This is how we work together. So men supposed to see far and not react in the moment. So that is true. But can you really say that for Safaree? Safaree exposing this right now. Is he not looking in the future and somehow seeing how is he neglecting the fact that this can somehow be detrimental for his baby's mother down the road? Because when it comes to protecting yourself, and I always say this, men are always called a protector. The first person he's protecting is himself. If he can't do that, he can't protect you. Okay, he cannot protect you if he can't protect himself. Okay, so him protecting himself, I wouldn't put that in the category of he's doing something irrational in the moment and not foreseeing how this could affect his wife or his baby's mother in the future. So I agree with Math Hoffa on that. I just wouldn't put what Safaree did in that category. All right, let's continue.
Don't make fucking sense. You're doing this to the mother of your kids. What type of relationship?
Wait,
do
did
you
he
think
hit
you're gonna
her or
have
did
with
she
them?
hit him?
She
Bro.
was
hitting him.
No, I understand, but again, bro, are you
Does it matter?
It's on video in front of the kids.
we telling the whole world?
It should
Like
matter.
why?
It
What?
should matter.
He see what's
What?
going on out here. He like, fuck
No,
that.
no.
I'm not trying to be a
It
does
victim.
matter.
Nah, it's some bitch
It
ass
should
shit.
matter.
Nah, bro, that's some bitch ass shit.
Wait,
Either or.
wait. He filmed it.
And
No,
then
no,
put
no.
it
It's
out
the house
to the
camera.
public.
House
It's
camera.
the house camera.
Okay,
But he's online talking, you know,
Sorry,
just
wasn't bothered,
basically
venting.
not venting, because he's saying things that's malicious, like I should have known when I only met her kid maybe 4 times while we were dating, and like,
now how is that malicious, y'all? Now listen, I would say at this point he's chatty, okay? Because, and maybe I guess it could go into the realm of malicious if you're trying to get the public to think something about a person. Maybe he should have just given the details of what he personally has been going through with her. Because let's be honest, men hate it when Rose came out talking about her husband and how he treat his child that ain't hers, right? It's like, why are you coming on here trying to talk about this man's relationship with his other children? Why are you trying to make him look like a bad parent? And so in a way, he's subtly doing that, okay? Subtly. And he's not saying she's a horrible mother, but he's saying I should have noticed the red flag, so to speak, when I only met her child 4 times, indicating that she probably didn't have a real strong relationship with her own child, which could suggest that she has some issues, right? That she's a bad person. So that, I guess you could say, I can't disagree with that, man. I can't disagree with that. I didn't like it when you first said it, but it may be a little malicious that he said that. We don't know the man's intent though. However, saying that was enough to get people saying she's probably not a good mother, and and then you're thinking that, this is probably going to affect her, a person who was quick to anger anyway. So are you really considering the aftermath of her response to what you're saying? Even if you have a point, maybe don't say that. Maybe just show the footage. Look, y'all, just to protect myself so she doesn't say I'm trying to attack her. I want you guys to see this footage. Look, if she has footage of me attacking her, she'll post it. But I just want to protect myself as I was going through this day in and day out with her. Okay, boom, that's the end of it. Okay, but he starts to get a little chatty, I believe. He starts to give a little bit more information that's not for the public court. Now, he may be protecting himself publicly, but when you say I should have known, because I should have known when I only met her child 4 times, is that portion protecting yourself? I don't think so. And right, so I can understand what Math is saying. Maybe that's a little bit too far. Let's continue. Okay, Math. Okay, you winning me over when we go slow, but let's just go.
Bro,
That's what he was saying.
But
You're
they
being
both
fucking
go back
toxic.
and forth.
You are being toxic. And guys, what you have to understand is what toxic is anything that breaks down a conversation or experience between you and another person. Doesn't mean you mean to be toxic or you're bad, like toxic waste. Toxic is not saying constructive things, but things that can be misinterpreted. And don't get me wrong, a person misinterpreting things when you know you said them correctly, that in itself is toxic. But saying things that don't produce to the conversation is considered toxic. If that person's response to that, it can just her having to respond to that makes what he's saying toxic. He's trying to question her parenting there. So yeah, that's toxic. You have to say that makes it toxic, right? Let's continue.
With the toxicity in the online, they both do it. So they both have been doing that for years.
I'm sorry, but that's classified as arguing with a woman, right? That's what you
weren't here.
I wasn't here, but I know.
You weren't here. You weren't here. I never said he wasn't sassy.
Okay.
That's not what I said. I never said he wasn't sassy.
I'm just saying that classifies with that, right?
Yes.
Now,
Which
for
I
me,
think is a cornball concept in itself.
I agree. Now listen, I love his show. Me and my brother need to do something similar to this, man. Maybe my sisters too, if they were close by. But I like the fact they sit around in this room, they just talk, and you're welcome to disagree, and they don't hate each other for it, and they can say what they think on these issues and topics, right? So Math Hoffa said, wouldn't going back and forth online kind of constitute as arguing with a woman, which would mean by women's definition that makes you sassy for arguing back and forth with a woman. And then the brother said, he's an artist too. I just can't think of his name right now. He can rap too. What he said was, I think that whole concept in and of itself is corny. And it is. What's the reason? Okay, so let's accept that. Let's say we accept that if a man argues back with a woman, he's sassy. What does that make a woman who's arguing with a man? Masculine? Because you can't reprimand men for responding to a woman, but not reprimand women for starting with a man. I would 100% say a man starting with a woman is sassy. What are you doing starting shit with a woman, bro? You're starting shit with her. But responding to her, why is that sassy? If it is sassy, then don't that make her masculine for starting something with a man? Put a one in the chat if you guys agree. If he's sassy for responding, isn't she masculine for starting it? He's definitely sassy if he starts it. And I wouldn't say she's masculine for responding. I'd say she's standing up for herself. You don't have to be masculine to stand up for yourself. I don't think you have to be feminine to stand up for yourself. A one in the chat. Okay, yeah. If you start with a man, you're masculine. If you start with a woman, you're feminine. But responding to a person that's saying things to you is not sassy or masculine. It's you standing up for yourself. And every being in the universe has a right to do that. Universe given, God given, whatever you want to call it. Snakes got venom for a reason. Cats have claws for a reason. Every animal has a defense mechanism, y'all. So you can't say you can't respond. You're sassy if you respond, or you're masculine if you responded to that man. No, if that man is saying something to you, you got every right to respond to that man. You understand? I just say do it in a feminine way. You know, you don't get man energy with the man. Don't take man energy to him when you respond. That's unhealthy. And a man shouldn't take man energy to a woman when he's responding. That's unhealthy, right? Just simply respond. All right, so let's continue.
all right, fine, but I don't think it's a good idea to expose the mother of your kids. And I have baby mothers that have done some terrible, terrible things. I never ran to the public and was like, yo, you know, she over here. Nah, bro, like I still have to have a relationship with this woman for the next 18, 20, 30 years.
Is she thinking about that when she's...
She may not be, but that's why I'm the man.
Okay.
Now, that I don't disagree with. You can't expect her to consider the future. It's not in her nature. This is why the man is supposed to be the leader and guide his family into the future. She's supposed to support him while he does that. What makes it complicated is when she won't allow him to lead. You understand? So this is the mother of your child. You have to have a relationship with her, a working relationship with her for the foreseeable future, right? 15, 18, 20, whatever the case may be, years, right? If you know exposing her online publicly could cause a rift in that relationship to the point to where she will not allow you to see your child and make your life that much worse, probably ain't wise, even though she did what she did. And I think that's what Math is saying. Consider the future. Okay, consider the future for her. How hard would it be for her to move around with these allegations you just placed on her, or this exposure you just placed on her, right? How well can she take that, the public ridicule that comes with exposure? You have to consider all these about a person's temperament, their mental state, all these things, right? Even your children, when they grow up and see it, you have to consider all these things. But the other brother says, is she thinking about that? It's irrelevant if she's thinking about that. You should make decisions that's best for your life, regardless of what the people around you are doing. And that's just a fact. No, she's probably not thinking about that. In fact, she probably is thinking about the future, ruining that shit for you because she's short-sighted. She's upset right now. And a lot of women, if you break up with them, if you leave them, they'll try to burn the whole house down on their way out, which is really silly. They didn't, a lot of times they came in your life after you were already successful, and they'll try to snatch all of that from you just because they can't be with you. And so I say, because you don't want to be with them anymore, they'll try to burn the house down on their way out. They can't just walk away without all these tactics. And some men are this way. They'll hunt this woman down and find her wherever she goes because they cannot let this woman go on with her life for some reason. They have to have her. And that's just when you became obsessed. Heartbreaks happen. You got to get over it and move on. Retaliatory behavior is toxic, y'all. Toxic, toxic, toxic. So when you're online talking about this guy that just broke up with you, calling him a narcissist, calling his penis small, calling him lame and brokey, because listen, I've been called broke after I broke up with a girl. Now I'm broke. Y'all was broke before I broke up with you. Why are you complaining about me being broke after I break up with you? Right? Now she complains about who I am and what I'm like after we broke up. You was with me. I'm the one that broke up with you. You see what I'm saying? That's like getting fired from a job and now complaining about it. I ain't like that place no way. The floors were slippery. It made my damn legs hurt just trying to balance on the floor. They fired me. Yeah, I'm glad they fired me. I ain't like the job anyway. Okay, move on. You got rejected. Just go on about your business, right? So anyway, we're going to get back to it, guys. Lost my train of thought. Let's go. Yes, she called him a deadbeat. She was a couple of weeks before. I think they're going to cover that too. Let's get into it.
You dig what I'm saying?
It just feels to me like defense. I'm protecting myself before she says that I did something to her. Here's how it actually happened. She's telling her friends it went like this. Here's the footage. Here's how it actually happened.
All right.
That's kind of what it
we
feels
see what Diddy did to Cassie, right? If we was to see Erica Mena do that to Safaree, would we have the same feeling?
This is good.
That's unfair.
Would we have the same feeling?
What do you mean?
Would you the same way you were like, oh man, that's fucked
I'm not gonna lie,
up. No, you wouldn't, right? No. Because why? Because that's a man.
That's a man. Right.
And it's like, yo, get up, nigga.
Right.
What the fuck is you
Right.
doing?
Right.
You retarded, nigga.
Right.
But what fuck is?
Did you hear that? And this is how little men care about men. We can't sit here and keep blaming women and say, oh, y'all don't care about the woes of men. We have been conditioned to not care about the woes of men either. Get up, bro. Quit whining about it and take that beating like a man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You understand? Let's continue. Let's get back to it. That's crazy. Let's hear him again.
Same way you were like, oh man, that's fucked
I'm not gonna
up.
lie, no.
No, you Cassie, right?
Something to her. Here's how it actually.
Now, every one of you guys remember.
She's telling her friends it went like this. Here's the footage. Here's how.
Every one of you guys remember the video with P. Diddy and Cassie, right? I mean, he was laying into her, right? She's on the ground and he's just being very abusive, right? So he's asking if the roles were reversed, would you care about the man? He's literally getting beat down like the way, you know, P. Diddy, exactly the way P. Diddy did Cassie. And he's saying we wouldn't care. We'd just be like, get up, bro. Now, that shows you a problem in our society, right? That they both have souls, okay? Men and women alike, they both have souls. And somewhere along the lines, we're saying, because this man has a penis, he should be subjected to abuse and not be able to say anything. And I don't understand the logic in that. I don't understand the logic what you're saying. Well, you're a man. Get up. What are you, retarded? Quit complaining about it. Like, I don't get the logic. I wish someone could break down to me why that's the case. Because one has a vagina, one has a penis. One should be protected, and the other one shouldn't even be listened to, even if it happened to him. It makes no sense to me at all, because you know you're gonna have sons and daughters that live in this world, and so you're saying only one of them has a right to express their hurt and pain when something's done to them, and the other one just has to pick himself up and keep moving. What is that based on? Let's continue though.
That actually happened.
All right.
That's kind of what it
We
feels
see what Diddy did to Cassie, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we was to see Erica Mena do that to Safaree, would we have the same feeling?
That's unfair.
Would we have the same feeling?
What do you mean?
Would you the same way you were like, oh man, that's fucked
I'm not gonna
up.
lie, no.
No, you wouldn't, right?
No.
Because why? Because that's
It's
a man.
That's a man. Right.
And it's like, yo, get up, nigga.
Right.
What the fuck is
Right.
you doing?
Right.
You
Right.
retarded, nigga? Like,
Right.
but what the fuck is
No,
you feel what I'm
it's
saying?
not
Like,
right. It's not right either way.
nah, man.
It's not
We
right
need to
either
stop
way.
the bitch assness, man. We need to bring back them
I
shirts.
don't
Stop the
know if
bitch ass.
So that's bitch assness, right? That's now Math. Come on, bro. I get it. You tough. You a thug. We all don't complain, even when you jumped. Listen, he ain't lying from his perspective, though. You understand? If you guys are not familiar with Math Hoffa, very good battle rap artist, right? But sometimes he show up, he ain't in his right mind. Maybe he got other things going on in life. But he done cold clocked a couple battle rappers. Cold clocked them, blow. Right? That in a battle rap contest, you know people are going to disrespect you. That's what it's about. They're going to talk about whatever. So you're supposed to be ready for those words, right? But he's clocked a couple of people. Now, to say I understand, well, I ain't going to say I understand his point, but he backs up what he's saying here, because one time that came right back on him. He battled Disaster, right? I don't know if you guys saw the battle between him and Disaster, but Disaster hit him at the end of the battle, right? I mean, socked him right in the mouth, right? And they started squabbling. Math didn't go anywhere and complain about it. Woe is me. But see, we don't do that with men. That's considered like another ass whooping to admit that this man hurt you. So yeah, in those ways, he's right. That's that thug talk kind of that. That's how we grow up. Quit being a bitch. Don't cry about it. Get up. I once fought a guy and he complained that I hit him in the eye and it hurt. I wanted to hit him in his other eye. Don't complain that you was running your fucking mouth. Then when I knock your ass out, you sitting here talking about why you hit me in the eye. I'm gonna hit you in your other fucking eye. I had no remorse for this dude. And it made me mad when he complained about it. What you complaining for? Boy, I tried to go back at him again. The teacher's holding me back again. Like, I know you didn't just try. He hit me in my eye, crying. Well, I'm gonna beat you up again, bro. Y'all don't know the old me. Y'all don't know the old me, but I didn't like the sound of that. Just you sitting here complaining after you started the shit with me. Yeah, I hit your ass and I hit you again. Like I'm supposed to feel bad because you're trying to tell on me, bro. Come on now. All right, so I get that side of it. You ain't about to sit here and complain about a particular it wasn't no L because he hit him. He didn't even knock him down. So Math a big boy. I imagine if that fight would have been fair, it would have went a whole different way. And so what Math did is he asked for he wanted this fair one though. Disaster wouldn't give it to him, but Math wanted this fair one. You understand? But he wasn't everywhere complaining about woe was me. And hey man, number one, he's done this to other people, so he probably have to understand that. You see what I'm saying? But who's to say he would have done it even if he'd never done this to other people? So he backs that up by way of he was publicly assaulted. Not say publicly assaulted, I mean physically assaulted in public at a battle rap contest on stage. And he didn't complain not one time about it. He just wanted his fair one. You didn't see one video where he was saying, bro, you know I wasn't ready. You know I wasn't looking. You know what I'm saying? We battling. You're going to say he didn't do none of that shit. So he didn't play no victim at all. You understand what I'm saying? So I think he's comparing that like the way he thinks to how everybody should think. And bro, that's just not, listen, man, that's just not how the world is, bro. So anyway, let's continue.
I don't know if it's bitch ass.
It's bitch assness if you gonna go to the public and be like, yo, he's my big mom, look what she's doing to me. Like what?
Now that listen, when old boy tried to lie and act like I tried to come on to him, that lame shit he said about the fruit. It went a while, probably a month or so. He calls my phone. And as soon as I answered, I said, I'm gonna beat your ass when I see you. He hung up and went online and told the world that I said that. He said he was gonna beat his ass when he see me. Yeah, I saw that as bitch shit. Because I said that. But what you going and telling the public for, bro? Ain't nobody can save you, bro. So I saw that as bitch shit. So I'm thinking that he looking at this on some beef level shit. And this ain't beef level shit. This is domestic violence, bro. It's a totally different category. The disaster and him shit was just some beef level shit on some assault type shit. This ain't gonna ruin, because man, think about this. If you ever see this video, when you hit Dose, you hit what's his name? Shit. If y'all know who else Math socked, okay? What's his name? Tall dude, he had a bunch of girls around him trying to fucking stun on Math. And he got clocked too. Older school rapper. Oh, he look older. Come on, man. I wish somebody here was familiar with battle rap. He hit Dose and he hit another rapper. And I'm trying to think of this nigga name. I done forgot the point I was about to make. Damn, I forgot the point I was about to make. I'm trying to let it come back to me, y'all. I'm gonna post some of y'all comments right here. It's gonna come back to me. Let's go. Yes, I'm on live.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Do you know where the weights are? I'm sorry.
The weights, yeah, they should be in the bathroom. Some of the dumbbells.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bathroom right there.
Okay, cool. I'll get them later.
Okay, you can get by. I ain't recording that way if you want to grab them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm in here in my office.
Oh, okay.
Serious Jones. Thank you, Charles. It was Serious Jones that he hit. Yeah, so this is what I was gonna say, Matt. When you hit them, I mean, you took a loss as far as battle rap. I think it was like a year or so. Smack suspended you or didn't have you rap or something like that, but it didn't hurt your career. In fact, your street cred, I would say, go up. People were like, Math don't play. Math is real, because the image that you have in battle rap, it is that. You're not ruining anything. You see what I'm saying? Like, it is. Don't get me wrong, there are some hits that you probably took that you know about personally that I may not. But from the outside looking in, it looks like you just got kind of penalized from being able to take a battle rap. But I would think for your career, because battle rap is toxic in and of itself, I would think that would skyrocket you as an artist, because it kind of just helps you. Being arrested, being, criminalized for certain things kind of helps your street cred when it comes to rapping. Right, Theo, the gold dater. Yeah, you're right. Sirius Jones. Yeah, thank y'all. But so domestic violence is way different, man. It can seriously ruin your career. So my question to you, Math, is okay. So I see how you handle those situations, and you accurate. You've been a man of your word because you shown that you wouldn't complain. But if it's a situation where, take your podcast for instance, right? You've built it up, you've established it now, and one of your baby mothers, because you're going to speak about them soon. Let's say they come out and say you beat on them for years when they was with you years ago, because it really ain't no too late for women to do this. They could come back 10 years later and say you beat on them, hit them or whatever, attack them. I got to know what words to say. I probably done said all of them now. But anyway, how would you handle that, Math? Would you respond? Would you come out and say it wasn't true if it wasn't true, or would you? I mean, let's just say you took a hit. Your audience, your core audience wants to know what happened. They're thinking about unsubscribing. They have unsubscribed. You can see everything that you've built beginning to diminish. How are you handling that? Because I think it's far different than those scenarios that you've been in that we've witnessed. Okay. Now he is gonna get into how he had some toxic moments with his baby mothers, and he didn't run and tell that, and neither did they, I guess. But I'm just asking, if it did, how would he handle it? Because that's what I want to know. But let's continue, guys.
What? Kind of feels like premeditated retaliation.
Premeditated retaliation in
actually it just feels like
in a toxic.
I'm covering myself. Like
I'm covering myself for what?
She seems. Oh God, I hate saying this. If you thought your woman was capable of setting you up on some DV shit, you'd play offense too. You'd play defense too. If you felt you needed to get ahead of the story before it turned into something where you were crucified in the court of public opinion, you'd probably get ahead of it too. And I'm not saying the situation is cool. I'm not saying it's your child's mother. I completely respect it and get it. And you can speak from that perspective in the way that I can't, because you dance that dance. Right. So I got nothing. I got nothing when it comes to that. But I will tell you, as a dude who's had the finger pointed at him, and as a dude who's counseled other dudes who've had the finger pointed at them, if they had the opportunity to show what really happened to the cops who showed up to them, they would have did it.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's a different scenario.
It kind of feels like the same.
So that's this scenario, man. Let's hear this again. Did y'all hear that? Why did he say that's a different scenario? Maybe let's listen again.
You dance that dance.
Right.
So the situation is cool. I'm not saying before it turned into something where you were crucified in the court of public opinion, you probably get ahead of it too. And I'm not saying the situation is cool. I'm not saying it's your child's mother. I completely respect it and get it. And you can speak from that perspective in the way that I can't, because you dance that dance. Right. So I got nothing. I got nothing when it comes to that. But I will tell you, as a dude who's had the finger pointed at him, and as a dude who's counseled other dudes who've had the finger pointed at them, if they had the opportunity to show what really happened to the cops who showed up to them, they would have did it.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's a different scenario.
It kind of feels like the same one to me.
Okay, it is a different scenario because he's protecting himself ahead of time. And that's what Safaree's doing. But the question he is asking is similar to what I just asked. If it had already happened to you, would you play defense too? And that's what Math is saying. It's a different scenario. Let's continue.
No, because ain't no cops knocking at his door for that.
That's why they're not knocking at the door. Hey, here's what happened before you show up, thinking, following her lead and listening to the story she paints and the picture she paints about what happened between me and her. Here's how it actually happened.
Have you seen the video?
Nope. I don't watch none of this shit.
I don't see the part where she actually strikes him. She maybe pushed him to not go through the door.
You said she hit him.
She threw shit at him.
But
that's regular arguing when they get
Pull
to
it
that
up
level.
on the Jeff.
Come on, man. Now, see, this is a bad listen. Now, this is another thing now. When Math showed up to those battles, in one of them, he said he was very hungry. I think the one with Dose, it might have been Sirius Jones. One of those, he said he was hungry that day. He was frustrated. They were giving him a hard time about getting into the club, and all these things began to stack up. And he felt disrespected when I think it was Sirius Jones who was like, oh, something in his face or something like that, some kind of silly ass noise. And man, he just don't play. He quick to fucking hit. I'm like that too. I I want to say I've gotten better over the years, but in recent history, I kind of don't think I have. You know, I just never, I just haven't had this in my face. So if the things that have been said to me online, and these people were in my face, I would have clocked their ass. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's my go-to move is knocking you out. I don't think to say mean words back to you. Like if you say something real mean to me, my mind does not try to process something mean to say back. I'm not one of those dudes. I'm not a yo mama nigga or you this. I'm not that type of dude. You disrespect me, what's coming for you is you getting clocked. And I hit hard. So you better think about what you're gonna say, and it better be worth it. Because you're gonna wake up after that. I swear to God, I'm not joking. Anybody who grew up around me, who went to school with me, they'll tell you, Kevin will knock you the fuck out, yo. I don't play. That's my go-to move. That's where I earn my respect. The first time somebody saw me hit another person, it was in front of a crowd of people. On the bus, he's talking about my mama. We're cracking. I'm good at crack fighting. Now, I can crack with the best of them. My mind does work whenever we're just cracking, coming up with jokes on each other. But I'm getting the best of the guy. He starts saying, your mama. And I said, listen, bro, my mama dead. I don't do the your mama stuff. He said, I don't give a fuck. I said, all right, bet. When you get off the bus, I'm going to knock you the fuck out. Not much room on this bus. Whole bunch of people on the damn bus. Some people standing up on the bus and couldn't even sit down. And yet they still had the school coming and picking up all these kids. Probably should have been two buses to take on these routes. But anyway, I tell him, I'm going to clock you as soon as we get off the bus. He didn't believe me because I'm nice. I'm a real nice guy. I'm not known for fighting. Hell, I didn't even know I could hit that hard. I grew up fighting my cousins, and we used to go at it all the time. And my cousins are much bigger and taller than me. And I used to win. You understand? But I didn't see that as I can fight. You just grow up fighting your cousins. You never measured yourself according to nobody else. And this guy that was talking about my moms that I was cracking back and forth with, he was known for being good at fighting. Everybody always say, bro, and I've seen him fight. He could fight. Never seen him lose, in fact. I done seen him beat dudes twice his size. All right, cool, no problem. So I tell him I'm gonna clock him. I've never been in a fight before that he's witnessed. So nobody believe I ain't gotten a fight at school before, just at home with my cousins. So he doesn't believe me. I get off the bus first. I tell him, you better be ready when you get off this bus. As soon as you step off this bus, I'm clocking you, bro. He said, you ain't gonna do shit. All right, bet. The bus stopped. I got off. I'm waiting off the bus for him, right? And people stepping off the bus saying, Kevin, don't hit me. I'm right behind you. Don't hit me. He stepped off the bus with his hands down like this. Hang on, let me show you. He stepped off the bus like, you ain't gonna do shit. When I tell you I hit this man so hard, I knocked him back on the bus. Got on the bus with him, knocked him back off the bus. Then I sit on his chest while he on the ground and just went in. Pow, I mean, I just had him down, kind of like ground and pound. Never saw an MMA match in my entire life. All this shit was instinct. This man's face looked like Martin Lawrence's when he fought Tommy Hitman Hearns. I swear to God, I'm not lying. I got suspended for a week. He didn't get suspended at all because he didn't get one lick in. All right. When I came back to school, this man was still swole up. And he avoided me for the rest of our lives. He never spoke to me again. He never fucked with me again. And he was one of them type of people that say, if you beat me in a fight, I'm gonna fight you every day. He never spoke with me again. So it became my philosophy. Not if you hit him hard enough. People say that. I want my rematch. Bro, if I hit you hard enough, you will run from me. You will never want to experience that shit again. Trust me. And when I realized how hard I could hit, it became my weapon, my tool to survive. And so people watch their mouth with me because I'm quick to knock your ass out now. And I got in several fights after that because some people gonna say, I ain't him. They're gonna try me and say, I'm not him. I ain't one of them niggas. You ain't gonna knock me out. I bet. And it was a wrap. You understand what I'm saying? Very, very aggressive. Math the same way. He quick to hit. That's the way he handles things. So in those moments, the first thing he did is whap. So I think he sees this as something like throwing shit ain't that big of a deal. So he like, that's just arguing. Because he used to knocking motherfuckers out. Like, this ain't hitting somebody. That's just arguing type shit. Which to me would suggest that if he's in a toxic ass relationship, he probably overlook a lot of things that most men would leave for, because his homeboy sitting across from him here is going to say here in a minute that he would leave a situation like that. He wouldn't even be there for it. You see what I'm saying? So Math sees that as like little argument shit. I think it's much worse than that, damaging somebody's property and shit. Something that you didn't earn. I think it says a lot about you. But let's continue, guys.
Don't watch none of this shit.
I don't see the part where she actually strikes him. She maybe pushed him to not go through the door.
You said she hit him.
She threw shit at him.
But
That's regular arguing when it gets
Pull
to
it
that
up on
level.
the Jasmine brand.
He's saying
I don't
clearly
wanna
to
watch it.
have evidence just in case it go left.
no,
Not-
I don't think so.
We
I
talk
think
like that don't happen. Like
I think
There's niggas in jail right now for charges that women put against them that they didn't commit.
No, that's a
that
fact.
because
We
they didn't have
in a
evidence.
world where they believe every woman, no matter what the situation is.
That's not true.
not every
Not true.
or Kim wouldn't feel surrounded sometimes. That's not the case. I think in this case we're talking about an individual who would go to his ex's concert while he's in a relationship with another
That's
woman.
probably why you got.
Now that's key. You're talking about a guy who would go to his ex's concert while he's with another woman and, create these emotions inside of Erica Mena, he's saying. And then when she spaz out on you, now you want to run and tell that. So Math is saying there are things that contributed to her behavior, and we're excluding that, just talking about her hitting and throwing things. And I always say that we're not considering everything that happened, right? But you still have to understand it's no excuse for hitting. Yes, you're probably feeling something inside of you. And this is what I always say. Pause on that, by the way. But think about this, family. I always say this. When a person is hitting, throwing things, yelling and cursing, calling you out of your name, of course this hurts you. Of course this offends you. But what are they feeling? What are they feeling while they're doing that? While they're hitting, while they're throwing things, while they are yelling out things at you? What are they feeling? Would you believe me if I told you mostly it's pain? Mostly it's disrespect. Mostly it's powerlessness. People go to kicking and screaming and cutting tantrums when they realize they have no power. They're trying to find some kind of way to control the situation because they lack power in it. So they may feel disrespected, mistreated, violated in some form or fashion. And so this is why you're getting what you're getting from them. In most cases, unless they're just an abusive person who start shit and call you out of your name. But most of the time you see this happen when a person is upset or hurt about something and they don't know how to say, I'm hurt about something. I'm upset about something. Instead, they act it out with behaviors that can come off as very toxic, right? And cause more problems in the future. Most of the time, this is how this is going down. This person cannot articulate that they are hurting. They cannot articulate that they feel violated, and they don't know what to do when this happens. And so they go back to what they know, lashing out. When you feel violated, what do? You fight, you cuss, you go off on somebody. You don't explain to them that you feel violated and try and work through it. That's unknown to us, right? You feel like somebody crossed you. Yeah, cuss them the fuck out, right? Tell them they ain't shit. Instead of saying, listen, I feel like you crossed me. I feel like you turned your back on me. I feel like you talked about me behind my back. Here's why. What I told you was for you personally, man. And you went and told somebody else. I feel like you are like a spy or some shit, right? And talk it out. The other person can say, you know what, I understand and I apologize. Bow, 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 boom, boom, boom. But we want to repay someone with punishment when we get upset. And that's just how we've been taught to react. Right? So in a domestic situation, those behaviors are catastrophic because one person is just going to top what you did or do it back, and it's just not going to make the situation better. You're in a closed-in environment. You have children involved. It's best not to be retaliative. I can see you being that way with a stranger. Somebody cross you, cuss them the fuck out. Whatever the case you may feel, do what you do. But to a spouse, you have to handle this more maturely, regardless of how you feel. You just have to. You understand? But let's continue.
Pop on, nigga.
That's what we're talking
That's why I should whip your
That's what
ass,
we're talking
nigga. What you
about.
doing over there with your ex, nigga, at her concert, looking like
This
a
is what I'm
groupie.
saying. That's who we're talking about.
none of that justifies putting your hand.
No, it does not.
I agree.
It does not. But I do
agree.
feel like as a man, sometimes, it's not the easy role, but you got to be a man. You got to be a leader. If every time my baby mother decided to at me and say, suck my dick, on Instagram.
That's the thing that resonates with what Amora says. You got to be a man. You got to be a leader. I want more information on that. I've never heard this before. And maybe this is due to how I was raised and the lack of male leadership or role models around me. But I have never heard this said that all these things are a man's fault because he's a man, he's the leader. That's neither Amora says this, Math Hoffa saying this now, and this coming from a man. Of course, Mora's a woman. And I don't know if this is an old school form of thinking or where she got that idea from, because I thought she was just gaslighting, to be honest, just to not give a woman accountability. But I see now that was her honest opinion. Now I want to explore it because I don't believe I'm being gaslit. So if she can at some point explain why is this the case? Don't just say he's a man and he's the leader, because that just sounds like regurgitation. I need more details. Why is it his fault? Why are we saying this? He's a man, he's a leader. Let's go back and listen.
It's not.
I agree.
It does not. But I do
agree.
feel like as a man, sometimes, you know, it's not talking.
Now, what my man just said is it still don't justify hitting. Matt said it's not, but as a man, you the leader. I don't understand what that means. Let's let him go in.
Talking about an individual who would go to his ex's concert while he's in a relationship with another
That's
woman
probably why you got
and
popped
bug the
on,
fuck
nigga.
out. That's what we're talking
That's
about.
why I should whip your
That's what we're
ass,
talking
nigga. What you
about.
doing over there with your ex, nigga, at her concert, looking like
This
a
is what I'm
groupie.
saying. That's who we're talking about.
None of that justifies putting your hand.
Yeah, on
no, it
somebody.
does not.
I agree.
It does not. But I do
agree.
feel like as a man, sometimes, you know, it's not the easy road, but you got to be a man. You got to be a leader. If every time my baby mother decided to at me and say suck my dick on Instagram, I responded to that shit, I would look stupid.
Yeah, but we're not talking about atting on Twitter. We're talking about physical violence. It gets different.
No, we're talking about a whole testimonial that he's sitting in front of a camera and talking about it while showing the clips, bro. Like this is a whole produced product, bro.
It was a whole produced product. Okay, guys, let's explore this for a moment. Maybe somebody in here can enlighten me. And if you even want, you can come up here to enlighten me. If nobody can, Amora, I ain't picking no fight with you. But if you could try to explain to me, and maybe I still won't get it, but don't just say he's a man and he's a leader. If you can explain to me why does him being a man and a leader make him responsible for all of these toxic things that's going on? You can't listen. I'm gonna explain why I say this, okay? You're dealing with a woman, and I'm just speaking as a man. So some women deal with men like this, but I have to say, drop the link. Okay. I have to say this, okay? You're dealing with, as a man who's supposed to be a leader, you're dealing with a woman. The woman you're supposed to lead is grown, okay? She's not your child, right? She's not your child, okay? So why is it your fault? Because think about this. Let's say you're a parent. You have a child who skipped school. Could be your fault, but you could also be telling your child, stop skipping school. You could also be punishing your child, and they just hard-headed. At some point, a person's decisions have to be on them, right? It's not your responsibility. Even more so for someone who's a spouse, right? If you chose her, you consider her to be mature enough to raise her own children, not act like a child. So to me, if he's a leader, if he's a man, and therefore that makes him the leader, why is she not following him? And this is what I always say, guys. How is he a leader if the follower does not submit to his leadership? Then he's not a leader. Guys, just think about this. Leaders in this world, okay? Supervisors, managers, corporals, majors, captains. They have a right to reprimand you. They can write you up. They can suspend you. They can make you drop and give them 20. They can put you through physical training to discipline you, right? They can fire you. What can a man do if a woman refuses to follow him? They're arguing. He's telling her to chill. She won't. She's cussing him out. He's telling her to stop using that language. She won't. She said, I ain't got to listen to shit you say. She's calling him out of his name. How can he can't write her up? Hey, listen, for that behavior you gave today, This is a written write-up, right? This is a verbal write-up. I need you to sign it. If this happens again, then you could be, there's nothing you can do except for leave. And if you leave, you lose your children, potentially your home, potentially your reputation, depending on how she accepts it and what she does after you leave her, and your relationship. I said with your relationship with your children and your money. Because in divorce, if he makes the most of the time he does, because women don't really choose men and date men that they make more than. They don't typically marry men that they make more than. So typically, if he's married, he makes more. So if he leaves this woman for her being uncooperative, her not following his lead, her causing too many problems inside the home with toxicity, he loses income, finances, resources, children, home. So in most cases, he just stuck. So leaders don't have these problems. Okay, so, well, I get it. I get what you're saying. I think the leader is the leader because the follower chooses to follow him. Otherwise, how is he leading? Let's just say, Mickey, you asked me for some advice. I give it to you, right? You don't take it. Is it my fault? I tried to lead you in the right direction. I tried to guide you and give you some advice. You don't follow that advice. How is that my fault? You're not following me, bro. You're not following me, man. You have to follow my leadership. And if that fails, then I'm at fault. Right? But if you disagree with everything I say, you're argumentative, you're contentious. It ain't my fault because you don't listen. And you might say, well, my husband is not demonstrating leadership qualities. So you married him. Follow your husband if he's the leader. If he's the man and he's the leader and he's the leader because he's the man, he don't have to demonstrate leadership qualities. He's the man, right? You understand what I'm saying? So to me, these things become real bizarre. When it's, okay, you're the man, you're the leader. Most men on here, in your relationship, did she treat you like the leader because you was the man? Or did you get her bucking at you every turn? Just in relationships you've been in the past. The women that you've dated, did they come in there respecting you like a leader because you're a man? So I don't get it. He's a man, he's a leader, therefore accountability is on him. I think the accountability is only on the leader if the follower follows and it fails. So if I come to my wives and be like, I got this idea, this business idea, we're going to put all our eggs in this basket, we're going to take all our money out of savings. I promise you guys, this is going to work. If they trust me, right? And they say, okay, baby, I got your back. I don't know much about this, but you do. I'm trusting your leadership, honey. If I do this and we're out on the street, that is my fault. That's my fault. Now, if they disagree with me, don't do that. I don't think you should do that. We work too hard to save this money. I don't know much about it. I don't know what we do if we lose everything we earned. It took us years to save that money, and we could lose it all off this one investment. Baby, I don't think you should put all your eggs in that basket. Now, let's say they don't listen. I mean, they don't want to do it. So I don't do it. And the thing that we were going to try takes off and does crazy. And we would have been rich had we invested in that thing. Can they come to me and say, that's my damn fault? You should have ignored us. You should have ignored us. Jamie, if you on here. I think Lacey's still asleep. Jamie, if you on here, are you coming back to me saying you should have listened? You shouldn't have listened to us. You should have used that money regardless of what we said. You the leader. Why you even ask our opinion? You the leader. That's like, yo, the man can't win for losing, yo. Does this make sense? I treat my husband like a leader because he shows me he can lead and we trust in God. Now, he showed you he could lead before you married him, correct? You? Because once he's your husband, you're supposed to follow him regardless. You shouldn't have chosen otherwise. So what a lot of women do is they'll get in relationships and marry men and then won't marry them. You says correct. Absolutely. Because what they should have done is wait until this man proves himself worthy of being your husband, worthy of being a man who you want your child to model after, your children to model after. If you think this man is loose with women and always going to be in some woman's face, you don't want your daughter witnessing that, and you don't want your son witnessing that. So don't choose him. So once you marry this man, and all of a sudden now you hard-headed, don't want to listen. Now you don't want to follow the man's lead. after you marry him, and you're gonna say, well, you ain't demonstrating. Yo, that's not his fault. You married a man. You said, I'm going to nurture you and support you. And that's what marriage is. And now you married to a man but won't follow his lead. Man, come on. Now that's gotta be crazy. That's crazy. That's nasty work. That's like a man saying, I refuse to leave my wife because, but you married her. I refuse to support my wife. I refuse to protect and provide for her. You married her. Yeah, but no, you married to her now, bro. Too late. You had this decision to make before you married her. Now you married her. You're going to have to protect her. You're going to have to provide. That's your family. Right? He showed he can lead and build when we had nothing. He worked. I went back to school, and our lives have been up and stuck. Absolutely. Indeed, me, you. Guys, this is so, to me, this is a touchy topic. Because this happens so much in our community, man. And because of these ideas, we don't really see the whole picture. And maybe it's me who's blinded, and maybe Amora and Math Hoffa's right. Maybe I lack understanding in this area. I'm willing to humble myself because I've heard this twice now. And so if I could talk to Math Hoffa, I would say, bro, explain to me what you mean. But I do know who Amora is. Okay, so if somebody could get this to her and be like, hey, Kevin wants you to explain why it's the man's fault because he's the leader. Why is if someone doesn't follow this man and listen to him, if she don't follow his lead and she's being contentious inside the home and creating problems, going to people outside the marriage and things like that to downgrade him and talk about these things, and you're not really allowing this man to be the leader. So again, guys, if you got a supervisor and you're not showing up on time and he tells you about it, okay, you're not working even when you're at work. You're showing up out of uniform. He's telling you about these things. When he gets ready to terminate you, you can't say, it's your fault that my job didn't work out here. No, you knew you were supposed to wear uniforms. You knew you were supposed to be on time, and you knew your job description, and you didn't do either. You failed because you didn't follow the rules, man. Lady Love says, I think when a person say the man is a leader, they're going to the biblical, and I do too. Is the head and head, but that is a woman who knows her place. A woman that goes back to Proverbs 14, a wise woman builds. Absolutely. So remember the Bible says, if they're coming from the Bible, it says it's better for a man to sleep on the corner of a roof, not on the top of the roof, on the corner. You got to find a little corner. It's better, he can fall off. He on the damn corner. It's better for him to sleep on the corner of a roof than to be in the home with a contentious woman. So it sounds like the Bible's even saying, bro, that's not your fault if she's toxic. Now, come on now. There's nothing you can do about a problem child. You telling this child they won't behave, they'll cuss you out. They'll buck on you. How is it that you're going to convince this parent their child's behavior is their fault when they've done all they can to give this child the tools they need? Some children are just bad apples, man. Some children just rebellious. And this is children who you raised. Peace, Dehan, welcome in. This is children who you raised. This ain't a wife or a husband. Yo, you can't get a grown up. And this is one thing I always try to say to couples when I counsel them. Love, he's not your father. When you did things at home and cut a tantrum, your father didn't hold these things against you. He didn't see you differently. That was your father. When you dropped the ball, your father was just like, okay, baby, it's okay. And he goes and does it for you. My daughter the other day, she's going to see her friend, right? Her homegirls, doing a weekend trip. She says, Daddy, can you take my car and put air in all the tires for me? Sure, baby. Can you check my oil, Daddy? Yes, I can. I take the car over there, change the oil, pump the tires up. And at this point, I'm going to pick up my son from where he is, right? So I get to go pick up my son, and here Janae calls, Daddy, did you let me know when you leave the house? Oh, baby, I'm already gone. What you need? You don't put tires in the car, you don't put air in the tires and everything? Yeah, I have. You didn't check the oil? Yep. Oh man, I wish I knew. I was gonna ask you to fill my tank up so I don't have to get gas. Now, I said, no problem, babe. I can do that. Well, while you there, can you get me something from the store too? Sure. Now that's my daughter, right? Now, a husband might say, baby, why didn't you tell me when I was there? I ain't trying, you got me driving all the way around town. Because you're not his child. So my daughter's gonna get certain leverages with me. And if she goes out and expects this from some other man, she probably gonna be let down. You understand? My daughter's always kind to me. She's always sweet to me. She's never bucked on me. She's always been a really good daughter. So she's not gonna get me complaining about a lot of things. I got her back no matter what. But I ain't gonna say, you know, if it's my girl and she hit me up, I might be like, yo, baby, you got me driving all over town here. You see what, and it's not because I love her any less. It's just you expect her to handle things a little better. You see what I'm saying? And so when you know it's not your child, again, I just try to explain this is not your child. You're not his child, so he's going to expect a level of maturity from you that he wouldn't expect from his children, and therefore he's going to require more from you. You understand? But look, I got two people came up here, man. I'm going to allow them to come in the room, and we're going to have this build, man. Nisha, welcome in, and Kyle, welcome in, brother. How you doing, King?
Hey, doing well. Let me check my. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah, man. I was just listening. I was like, oh yeah, this is the perfect topic. I wanted to come in, man. Just make sure I got some. Hopefully learn something and maybe share some things I believe about the topic. So I'm pretty happy.
That's what's up, man. That's so. Well, first off, it's good to see you, brother. Guys, if you don't know, I met this brother through my mentorship program, and he's amazing. I've learned probably more from him than I could ever teach this brother. But it's amazing some of the people that reach out to me for advice and things like that. And I often find that they're very intelligent and got some things that I need too. So this brother's been a blessing, and hopefully I've been one to him. And then we've got, I believe, Nisha in the room. She's represented by the letter J. Don't know what that quite means.
Hi.
Hey, J, Nisha. Can you hear me, Janisha? I'm kidding. There's a J in front of your name. How you doing, Nisha? Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
All right, so guys, I'm gonna let you guys build. I start with you, Janisa. Anissa, you popped up first. So what was it that you wanted to say on this topic?
I just wanted to say that the way that the world has turned, it's popular now for a woman to be overly strong, overly aggressive, and it's almost seen as a good thing, unfortunately, in the eyes of other Black women. And so when Erica was on there dragging him every day, all the time, saying bad things about him, and everyone jumped on the he's a deadbeat dad bandwagon. She did it for over a year. As soon as a man comes forward to defend himself, now he's wrong, he's a simp, he's weak for just defending himself. And so I just don't understand, like, what are we going to do as a community? Do we want men to be emasculated, women calling out their names and things like that, and they can't even come one?
You're breaking up a bit. Nisha, you're breaking up. She was on it too. What I was going to say is largely it's due to the conceptions that they have around men. That men shouldn't speak up. Men shouldn't go back and forth with a woman. So him responding to accusations that she's putting on him is him going back and forth with a woman. Therefore, he's weak, or him speaking on or articulating the things he's going through is seen as weak. And so it doesn't matter when he speaks out, if ever, he can't. He's not allowed to. He's not allowed to speak these things, which is crazy. And so you're right. Often it ends up in very unfair treatment. She's encouraged when she's up there doing her thing, but when he responds to it, he's denigrated, and it's very unfair. Can you hear me, Nisha?
Yes, I can. I'm going to drop off because I can't hear clearly anymore.
Okay, you broke
Thank
up just
you.
a little bit, but thank you so much for what you said.
Bye.
Kyle, talk to me, brother. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, man. So honestly, I've been really enjoying it. The everything you guys have said, I can see both sides of it, right? I can see how it could be perceived as feminine, right? You know, that he's posting online and taking his ideas to the public, or I'm not really ideas, but his problems to the public. But I definitely see the other side where he's getting beat down in his home and he wants to protect himself, right? So, and I don't follow these guys either. I'm like you, Kevin. I don't watch these shows, these Love and Hip Hop, things like that. I think it's pretty much all negative, but so I don't watch it. But I definitely understand, where you guys are coming from. Now, the part where I'm firmly on one side about it is when you were talking about why is the man always responsible, or really why is the man always at fault? I kind of formed an opinion about this already. So when you look at it, I see there's two aspects to it, right? You have responsibility and then you have accountability, right? The accountability portion, I look at it as accounting, right? The base word. Accounting is going to say whether there's a deposit or whether there's a withdrawal and who did it, right? It doesn't really care whose account it is, right? It's just you took money out here, you put money in here, you took money out there, right? So the accounting portion is she hit him. The accounting portion is he, is a bad baby's dad from time to time, right? That's the accounting. We're saying the things that, yes, he did this, she did that. The responsibility part is whose account is it? Whose family is it, right? And that's his family. So he's always going to be overall responsible, in my opinion, for what comes out of that family, right? Even though she could be the one making all the withdrawals and he's the only one putting money in. When we perceive that family, we're going to look at that family and we're going to say the Safaree family is jacked up, even though Erica's making all the withdrawals, right? So, that's how I kind of look at it. And is that, fair? I don't know. I don't know yet. I think it's about, we're talking about natural nature things when we talk about that, but I think that it is what it is right now. And the men are going to be overall responsible. The women are going to, women should be accountable for their contributions to it, but that individual accountability is on the individual. You can't really hold them accountable without having consequences for yourself as a man nowadays. So if that makes sense.
That's brilliant. Okay, so I want to try to reframe it because it kind of helped me and hopefully others get more of a grasp on what you're saying, right? So let's take this account. Let's say you put a certain amount of money in this account, right?
Right.
And now I'm saying money, guys, but I'm meaning like actions and things like that. The relationship starts off 100% clean, right? 100%. Okay. Withdrawals are when you do things that break down the relationship, do things that cause you not to be trusted, to hurt the other person, etc. Right? So you're saying Erica Mena, she is withdrawing. Okay. Yep. Now he may be withdrawing by not showing up like he should for his child, which causes her to look at him a certain way, right?
Correct.
Okay, so they're both withdrawing. Let's say she's withdrawing more because she's hitting him, she's breaking things in front of the children, she's causing this trauma that'll likely never go away, right? And recreate in her own children. So the account becomes bankrupt and she withdrew more than him, right? Now, this is seen as the same way. If it's just money and she keeps drawing money out of the account that they're investing in, how is it his fault? Is it because he should have sought financial advice, got her into some kind of financial classes? Should he have sought therapy and things to try to help? Because he is the leader. You should seek to try and bring some type of teaching or training to your employees when you realize they're not capable to do the job, right? So in some ways, the leader is responsible. If you got workers who don't fully understand their job, therefore they're doing a bad job, as a leader, you're supposed to train them up, right? But if they fully understand it and they're not doing the job, okay, better example. One time, okay, I was always in management when I was in sales, right? And so one time I'm the store manager of a certain store. And when I would delegate things for people to do before we close our store up, there was a checkoff list that people had to clear before they left, right? So one person might have to go vacuum all the little rugs in front of the sofas. The other person might have to go rearrange, put all the lamps and things back that were moved and stuff throughout the day, things customers pick up and walk around with, right? Somebody's supposed to go to the electronic area and dust everything off, make sure everything's straight for tomorrow. And so they check off on this list that they've completed these things, right? And I trusted these employees that they were doing their job, right? So when I saw their forms, I'm typing up a explanation or a report to my supervisor on why our sales where they were today, if they were bad, how we look to get it better, if they were great, how we look to stay ahead, right? Whatever the case may be, I got to send him a report every single day, right? So are there any pieces missing, anything like that? So I'm trying to do my job. So I'm trusting them to do theirs, right? I'm thinking delegating was enough, right? So I'm looking at their documents. They're signing off that they did all this shit, right? I'm believing them. my manager comes in early in the morning. He's cars there when I pull up, right? Sometimes they do this. Don't tell you they come. We unlock the doors, walk in together. He takes the forms that everybody's supposed to fill out and walks the floor. And most people didn't do their job.
Right.
My job was the one that was threatened. Rightfully so. I wasn't checking up on my own employees. Right?
Yep.
But so now I call a meeting. I tell them the next person do this, you out of here. Right? I trusted you as grown men and women to do your job, and now I know I can't do that. So I'm going to have to delegate and watch over y'all like children. Right? So that's what I did. I got my butt up and I walked with every one of them before they left and made sure they did their job. Right? So I can see how at some point the manager is accountable. But if you're doing those things, you're constantly walking this person around and they never do their job to the point to where you have to terminate them. Right? That relationship is now bankrupt. You don't trust this employee anymore to do their job anymore. So you terminate them, you're going to find somebody better. It's not, I don't see how that's your fault.
Yeah. And
You know what I'm saying?
I totally get that. It's a similar way, like I said, I was in the military, we'll have things that are going on and we'll have people that will say, hey, you're going to take care of thing 1 and thing 2, and I'm going to take care of thing 3. Right. And, they report back, they say, hey, thing 1 and thing 2 are done. And you say, good. And you tell your boss, hey, thing 1 and thing 2 are done, just like you said. And then, they come back to you and they're like, hey, it's not done. And you told me it was. So now you're the guy. I think that happens, and I think it's terrible. But I think, again, I want to stand by what I said earlier, because think of it like the bank, right? If my name is on the account, it doesn't matter that somebody stole the money and ran up, stole the checkbook and wrote a bunch of checks. They're still looking for me, until it all gets clarified, maybe. And it's like, hey, I wasn't the one that even made these transactions, right? But in this case, this is your wife, this is your partner, this is your girlfriend, whoever. So when they make a decision, they're part of your family. When they do it, it's still accounted on your ledger. And for society, when people look at, I'm looking at Kevin, I'm looking at a representative of the family. When I'm looking at whoever else is in your family, I'm looking at a representative of Kevin's family. So I think that when you see that, you're going to be held responsible. They're going to say Kevin's family is like that if they see it, whether it's good or bad. And I think that's what's going on here. So,
wow. One Yaez, I can't really pronounce what you got here. He says it's part the man's fault. It's part his fault for not evaluating her before he married her. He fell for the flim flam. He fell for the flim flam, and now he's paying the price.
Flim flam. I like that.
You do have to take some form of accountability for who you choose, but the autonomy is on that person on how they treat you. So if I get to a woman to marry her and she starts cheating on me, you're not about to tell me that's my fault, man.
Right.
You're not about to tell me that's my fault. Because
Go ahead. And I was gonna say, but what people will say? They'll say, "Oh, maybe that's what they do over there, right?" Something like that, right? When they see it, even though, nobody blames you for somebody cheating. Well, go ahead.
Right, but we've seen this. A woman will say, "Well, you wasn't there enough. You wasn't showing me attention,
right?
So you went and hooked up with another." It's not my fault. The guy you slept with, I'm sure you liked the motherfucker, right?
Right.
You went behind my back and met this guy, and you're gonna blame it on me? Listen, if every woman cheated whenever you wasn't there enough, okay, maybe we can say this is what happens when you're not there enough. But the fact that every woman don't handle it in this way means you cannot blame me for that. If that's the case, the man can go, yo, it's your fault I hit you. That makes no sense, bro. You chose to hit her. Yes, she called you out of your name, but every man wouldn't have hit over that. You hit her, bro. So you got to take accountability for why you reacted in a physical way. That's you did that now.
Right.
Yes,
you made a $10,000 withdrawal yesterday when you slapped her, Right. That was you.
Say, yo, she talked about my mama. She spit in my face. She cussed me out. She did all those things. She did. And your choice was to do what? Hit her.
Right.
So you have to take accountability for hitting. You did that. You can't say it's her fault. And you can't say it's her fault because she shouldn't have chosen. These things, I think we're looking at responsibility versus fault, right? It's your responsibility as a manager, as a leader, to provide training to help your employees or provide guidance for your wife and children. But it ain't your fault what they did.
Right.
It's your responsibility to help clean it up, but it's not your fault what they did.
There you go. Yeah, I like that. So and that's what it's going to be. Your wife or your family is not going to go in for all those withdrawals into the bank to make it right. right? Once it's bankrupt, you're going to go into the bank because it's your name on the account. That's why your wife takes your name. That's why your kids take your name. We're all going on this one account, right? And it's my last name. We're on the Kyle account. We're on the Kevin account now, and that's it, right? That's what it's supposed to be. And when that happens, when you make that withdrawal, it's from my account. It's not just you're not representing yourself. So that that responsibility falls on the family. And so I think that is what Math is trying to say, but I don't think he's going to get it out. I haven't seen the whole video, but I think that's what he's trying to say. Like, yeah, Safaree, that's still your family. Your name is still on that account. And what's really strange about it though is in this society, you get those benefits, but he doesn't get the benefits of his name. Safaree doesn't get the benefits of his name being on the account, right? But anyway, go ahead. Yeah, that's.
I'll make these next 2 points. I'll allow up these other people that came up, D-Ham and Redbone Goddess to be first, and then we'll go back to the video. But I'll make this last point to what you just said. You have an account, your name's on it, her name's on it, your child's name's on it, right? They go out with this credit card or this bank account card, and they overspend beyond budget, right, without consulting you. Can you assume that they can be responsible for putting the money back if they're using the money that you put in an account? They don't have the money. They spent your money. They don't have the money, right? You gave them access to your account because you're the provider. But they went and spent money without asking you a lot. So it's their fault for spending the money. The problem they created is their fault. However, because they don't have resources, it's his responsibility to replace that money, right? And so here we go. They took out a withdrawal that they cannot repay. And now he has to put it back. So they are at fault. They can't say it's your fault for giving me the card. That's crazy talk. So again, fault versus responsibility. And I'm going to allow Redbone Goddess to speak her thoughts. I saw you came up, Redbone. If you got the mute button here, it looks like. D-Ham, you do too. But Redbone, if you have a
mute while y'all talk.
Okay, bet. Okay, Redbone, I'll allow you to go if you're ready.
Greetings, God.
Greetings to you.
How's it going?
I was listening to you guys' conversation, and I want to put my input. Us as goddesses, some of us think we are equal to you guys and not know our place. And that goes back into the raising of how we are raised. Because if you know the rules and the laws and the morals, the man is the head and the woman is the neck. And some women think that we're the head because the man allow us to run the household instead of us knowing our place. And that's when our elders step in and put us back into our place, because a lot of us are not raised completely right. So we're raised by the world.
Absolutely.
And the world is really out of control, really thinking women can do the same things men do, the same things you guys do, and we can't. We got to stay in our place. And when we get out of place, it shows. And especially when we have youth involved. We're confusing our children because we're raising them wrong. And we can't blame nobody but self and our elders, like I said, because my family, we're still on the old programming of raising the children from birth, and still raising the children as they're grown up. But some elders, some don't have elders. And you see it with the actions of us goddesses, because how can you allow your youth to know what's going on in your house? When we were growing up, we didn't know anything was going on in the house, because when mom and dad disagreed, they disagreed separate from us. And I feel that that's what we're not doing. We're not separating things and doing all type of actions in front of our children. And we try to correct them, and we can't correct them if we doing wrong in front of them.
I 100% agree. It's your example that's going to serve as the greatest teaching that you can ever give to your child. So at the end of the day, what you say is going to hold very little weight in comparison to what they saw you do. And that's when they're studying it. That's what we do most of our teaching when we're unaware of it. How you handle situations, your children are going to model that, not so much as what you say. I want to say also, I agree with what you say when it comes to knowing your place, but I fear that too often this is said and it sounds demeaning. Know your place. When I'll say this, men and women are equal. Okay, we are equal. We just don't have the same capability. So I think men and women go together like a puzzle piece. Not that there's a hierarchy. So of course you say the man is the head, absolutely, because of his capabilities. The woman is the neck because of hers. But ask yourself, could you live without either? You couldn't, right? And we couldn't survive without a mother and a father. So they hold the same value. They are equal. They just have different values in terms of the things that they can do. So let's say a man, he's physically stronger, right? So he's a utilitarian. So in a warehouse out here hunting, yeah, they're not equal. But when it comes to nurturing, we're not equal. A man could never put a baby up to his breast and feed it. You understand? We need you guys. So knowing your place becomes, imagine you got a man who don't want to work, right? He's expecting his woman to go out and be the utilitarian. It'll never work. When she's pregnant, she slows down after she has the baby. And when she's pregnant, she's actually looked at as handicapped. She cannot do most things a regular person can do. Him, while she's pregnant, he's still perfectly fine. You see what I'm saying? Nothing happens to him. When she has this baby, her life is risked, right? Having a baby is not something that is really simple. A lot of women have lost their life in it. She slows down. She has a recovery time, which is why companies give women maternity leave. And then when she has this child and she's over the recovery time, now she has this little child that she has to nurture that needs her for milk. The very sustenance the baby feeds off of her, it's made inside of her. I would say the universe teaches us lessons. So the universe shows you that you need this woman, right? You need this woman, absolutely. And you need this man. So a woman who has a man who refuses to work, and now she's at home with the baby, it ain't going to work. This man has to be a utilitarian. You are stronger than her. Take responsibility for that and go out and get it, right? You are his support group. As a woman, know your place means know that your place is nurturing him. If you don't build this man up, how can you expect him to go out and get food and get food for you? If you don't prepare the food he brings back, how can you expect him to eat and be strong enough to go out and do it all over again? Know your place. If I'm a man trying to feed my baby through my breast, I'm not knowing my place. Right. You see what I'm saying? If I'm a man and I'm in the kitchen when we are in dire times and money is needed, I'm not in my place. Why am I in the kitchen? That ain't helping us make any money. You need to get out there and go get this money. Let her cook. And I feel like when we as couples understand the value that we bring to each other, we'll understand that we are 100% equal. We just need to know where we know our roles. And once we know our roles, there's harmony, man. You see what I'm saying? And I know you didn't mean that we're not equal to men in some derogatory way. I just know people receive it like that. And that's why I wanted to point clarity to it.
Yes, because see, I should have used a different word, but like when a woman have a baby, we're imbalanced, and some women change so much, and that's where it comes in. That's why you have to get to know this woman, because like I said, when you have a baby, your body go through so much. And mentally, some can't handle it. And when they have a baby, they're not the same woman that you met without being pregnant, without going through the process. And then we don't bounce back 100% the way we were before we carried the baby, and that's where it comes in of getting to know who you're mating with before you even mate and bring in untied children.
If I could jump in real quick, I wanted to touch on what y'all were saying before about the men and the women roles. I've really dug in on that because I felt exactly how you felt, Kevin. I felt exactly. I can't see your name anymore. I'm sorry with the B picture. But I felt exactly the way you guys felt. And one of the things I realized was that when you get married or when you engage in whatever level of intimate relations that are permanent, you're choosing that person to represent you, but you're choosing them to represent you in a different place, right? Or in a different way. So when a woman chooses a man, she's saying, I'm choosing you to represent me out in the world, out in life. When a man chooses a woman, he says, I'm choosing you to represent me in my home, right? And then they can each execute on those roles better than they could if they were by themselves, So when you're chosen as a man to represent your family in the world, that means that person is not going to compete with you, right? Why would I choose you to win out there in the world as a woman? Let's say, as a woman, why am I choosing you to win in the world? And then I'm going to go out there and compete with you. I saw somebody post something like, yeah, I could still mow the lawn when I was pregnant. Yeah, I could still take out the trash. Yeah, you can do all of that, but you chose somebody to do those things for you, right? And so your role would then be to support him in making sure that happens, So that's kind of, and like, Kevin was saying earlier, why would the man try to breastfeed the baby? Why is the man going to go in there and try to prepare the meal when I've chosen you to do those things, right? I thought you were the best representative for me. I thought you were the best person to be able to execute these things in the home. So I'm not going to try to do your job because you chosen me to be out here. And I'm not going to compete with you in the home for the kid's affection or something like that. I'm going to, let you handle that, and I'm going to handle mine. And then, we'll have times where we can enjoy these benefits together, the love of the children, the money that I earn. But we're not in competition. We're going to stay in our lanes. So that's kind of the way I look at it. Yeah,
absolutely. And D-Ham, welcome in, brother. I wanted to, before we get carried away on this subject, I want you to be able to speak your thoughts and say and give your opinions, brother. How you doing, first off?
I'm well, King. How you doing today? Good morning to all those that's on the East Coast and and on the West Coast. Yes, I agree with the young lady. Who's the young lady on the panel?
Redbone Goddess.
Yeah,
Redbone Goddess. Oh man, you spoke a real mouthful, and I think that you did not misspeak when you said place. I think Kevin did clarify the equal, the way he really views humanity. But there is a place, right? There is a place for women, and it's not to be negative or demonstrative when we say that. The problem is society has it has devalued the man right before our eyes, and what men are finding themselves doing is fighting against what has already systematically been happening to men. So what men has been doing is now we're fighting our own women, and I think especially in the black community. If you go to Dubai, if you go to any Arab nation, they are still operating under certain systematic ways that they have the sense of value on man versus the woman. I seen a girl that was she was some type of trucker girl. Went over to Dubai, got into a yelling match with a rental car attendant, and he was a man. She got put behind bars for just yelling in Dubai. You go into these Arab nations, you can't. You're no longer the woman, the Americanized woman that you are. You have to abide by the laws, and neither are you the man, Americanized man that you are. You have to abide by those customs and those ideas of what they sense to see. But when we look at them, they have a better sense of control. They work, and I'm not saying that there's women are not over there being taken advantage of, because I don't know that. But what I'm saying is there is a way that they understand that I honor and respect this woman because she's going to bear my children, because she's going to do these things. So when the scripture says that the women should study or should be quiet and silence them, basically what he was saying is exactly what Redbone Goddess was saying, that that women has this emotional imbalance, especially after having babies, that there's so much to women. There's so much to women, and when they're out of balance and they're out of pocket, or they're going through their emotions, it 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 will cause everything around them to be in chaos if it's not under some type of control, right? So what we find as men, we find ourselves fighting against what we have normalized, and that is what we're up against. We have normalized talking, calling men's BA niggas, and all of these other things. We've normalized this behavior, and now men are still now trying to figure out, okay, and also men has been part of the problem, because these are the women we seek out, women that's very toxic, and we seek these type of women out, and then next thing you know, we're crying wolf as well. So it's a problem on both sides, and I just think that Kevin spoke on it very eloquently, that there should be some type of harmony, that, and we should be able to value the woman just the same as the women respect and value the man, so that she can get the best out of her man. But the problem is we're fighting against something that society has deemed normal.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I for one love the burden of being the provider and the protector and the leader of my family. Since I was a child, I wanted a family. I wanted a legacy. So I was made for this. Some people want to be single for life. I knew I was going to have a family. I knew I was going to raise my children and my grandchildren too. I always knew that. I always had a plan for my family. Like many women grow up with the idea of getting married and having a family. I grew up the same way. Not that I was taught to think this way. I just knew I wanted a family, man. So to me, it's a joy to be a man, to be in my position, the role that I play. I love it. And so I think what a man should look for is a woman who equally loves being a woman for her man. We talked about something yesterday. Amber covered this topic I had covered about how men and women behave today. And Rise Lacey done woke up. She's in the chat now. I'll be done, love, and I'll be back down there to you. I had to get this live off. Okay, I woke up and got to this live and let her sleep. But we're talking about how men and women treat each other today or whatever. And gosh, I hate I lost my thought, man. I was about to say something profound. Kyle, what you got?
I just laughing. I'm like, we on the same page, man. I'll be like, yeah, gotta acknowledge the family. I think men are built, like one of the other things that was brought up was we talked about women in pregnancy and things like that. And I think men are really built to accept those changes, like even the physical changes, the emotional changes. And so, when he said, her throwing stuff is just part of the argument, right?
Right.
Right. I'm like, I think we just accept that, like men have just accepted that women, go through these emotional changes with the moon or whatever cycle is going on. And so that makes sense, right? That we would naturally just be able to be like, just roll with it. But does that necessarily mean it's the right thing, right? that she's throwing stuff across the room, that she's being a little wild? No, it doesn't mean that, right? I don't think so. But I think that we, like you said, you want a family, that comes as a part of it.
So, in my bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I can say this, so it don't leave again. So we were talking about how we treat each other in today's world, right? And this 2K was saying that women treat men, black women treat men like the slave master would treat us back in the day, so to speak, right? And I was saying that we kind of treat women the same way, right? And so in many ways, the slave master would measure us before he would purchase us. So if we weren't going to be useful to him, he didn't have any use for us, right? Same thing with women. He sized them up, their breasts, their butt, all these things, because he wanted to be able to use them for whatever. And if he's going to use it for work, there was some type of measurement tool for that too. If you were to ask right now, why do men get married? I think the criteria and reasons will be far different from why women get married. If in most cases, before a woman marries a man, she's measuring him, right? What can he do for me? And women will tell you, I ain't been with no man who can't do something for me. Now so it starts to sound like she's not looking for relationship and vulnerability, companionship, and what she can do for him. She's looking for what he can do for her, right? Now, if you ask men, why do you value marriage? What do you want out of marriage? I think they would say family. Because marriage doesn't get men anything. It doesn't change his life at all. You see what I'm saying? Where a woman, it gives her access to his wealth, it gives her a provider, a protector, and all these things. And so you have to say, I respect it. Because a woman is a woman and the man is stronger, she should be able to depend on somebody to take care of her. She shouldn't date a man who can't do for her. It would sound stupid. You see what I'm saying? So I think women get kind of shunned or looked down on when they say, I can't have a man who ain't got nothing, who ain't doing well for himself already, because in all honesty, she can't afford to. She can't afford to keep dating men who don't have stuff going for themselves. He's going to have to be sufficient enough to lead a family, take care of you, and who comes from her. So the family's only going to grow. So she should want to date a man. That should be her criteria, that this man should be able to take care of her. The problem is she makes that the necessary proponent for marriage, not a requirement. So marriage should still be for family based on both of them. Family and legacy should still be that. But you shouldn't marry a man unless he's qualified, meaning he should be able to protect, provide. You see what I'm saying? But when you make it, oh, he's got money, I'll marry him. You're not marrying for legacy. And you see what I'm saying, in companionship and family. You're marrying this man because he got something you want. You see what I'm saying? In most cases, men are not marrying a woman because she has something he wants. He wants her. He wants to be with her. He loves her. And so I was saying this. I was saying that the reason I'm saying that is because I was saying that as much as I love being a man and a husband, providing for my wives, I want my wives to love being a wife and a woman to me. I want her to say, I love cooking for you. I love nurturing you. I love when you love the taste of my food. I love when you walk into a room and see how nice it looks and how fresh it is in here after I've cleaned for you. And I want my wife to love the house I provide for her, that she's cleaning. I want her to love the food I'm bringing home that she's going to prepare. I get off on that. You see what I'm saying? So I think if you have two people who truly love their role, you won't have that contention. But when you have a woman who thinks that cooking is some type of derogatory thing, because through time it's been said that's your place in the kitchen. So she's looking at it like, you think that's all I'm good for is just sex and cooking. It's like, no, you much more than that. It's been put to you wrong to get you to look at these things that are actually really, really healthy as something negative. And when you cook for your husband, when you as the woman is the chef of your house, you are the doctor of your home. Do you realize that the food that you serve can help their mental and their body biologically? The health is on you now. And so if you're serving good food, they're less likely to have to go to the hospital, less likely because they're less likely to get sick. They'll have better grades in school. They got a sharper mind. This is just from what you can do in a kitchen. I know Kyle understands the value of food and the right types of food. So as a woman, to have that as part of your role makes you so important. And it's like to say, I don't want to cook. I don't know how to cook. I don't want to clean. It's like, yo, do you not understand the value that comes with being the chef of your household? Everybody's health is linked to you.
That's right.
Why wouldn't you want that job? Why is that so hard? See, I love the fact that I have the burden of, if I fail, everybody fails. If I fail, these people need me. I don't run from that. I embrace that, bro. That's what sharpens me as a man. Why would she say, I love cooking. I love to learn more about the food I prepare and cook it in the healthiest way? Because your family will be the direct manifestation from that. Why wouldn't you love that? But we live in a world where women have been told, know your place. It's in the kitchen and blah, blah, blah. And so now she looks at it like it's a dig against her to be in that kitchen. But man, it's not.
Not at all.
Oh, I want to say this to you guys, right? Okay. In 1999, I was pew in my back, and it left me in a wheelchair, right? And I have a husband and a wife, and when we met, what I brought in was I was physically messed up and she was mentally off. So we balanced each other. And that's what made our husband more powerful, because I was good in the house and my wife was good outside, gardening and all of that. And we was able to balance. And back in 2000, that was like looked at weird to people, because they trying to understand our lifestyles. They was trying to understand what we had going on. And instead of them looking at the power that we put into our husband, they looked at it sexually, or, you know, in a negative way. But one thing we didn't allow is anyone to come into our home and dictate anything. You can dictate the world, but you can't come into our home, right? Until today, we're free, like, because our children are raised, they're very successful. You know, we done had it all, you know, and still have. And now our husband is able to take us anywhere around the world, because our mission that we came in and the plan that we came in with, we executed. But if we would have allowed the outside world to come in our home, they would have really tore it up.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Actually, I love that she said that. Oh, go ahead.
Because the neighbors was like, oh, you got two women. Oh, what y'all be doing? Y'all sleep together, you know, all kind of negative things. And we raised our children on the old laws, in the old ways of, okay, we're homeschooling our children, so outside wouldn't be able to corrupt. We're doing things the righteous way. So we was very successful today, you know, for yesterday. But if we would allow the outside world to come in, we wouldn't be where we are today, you know. And that's what we have to realize, that, see, when you lose connection, and that's with family and stuff like that, the outside world can break your chain.
You're absolutely right. Somebody put in the comments earlier that women don't believe in gender roles anymore. And I was just going to say, based on what you said, it points out that while there is some truth to gender roles, it's more so, it even breaks further down though into what your qualities are. Like you said, hey, I couldn't get out there and do all that gardening and stuff like that, but I had the mental side of it, so I could help my union and contribute to my union by way of the things that I came up with. Whereas my sister wife, she could get out there and do the physically demanding things, and together this worked. So while I believe there should be some form of gender role, but there are also roles that you take on because you're better at something. So let's just say the man is the provider. If the woman covers the finances because she's better with finances, I don't see that as the man is failing. I see that as using your union in the best of its ability, because yes, he can make a lot of money. That doesn't mean he knows how to save it. This is a whole different quality that he has to learn. And if she understands that, him yielding that trust to her will inevitably help his family. So I would not disqualify him for being a man because he can earn money but not protect the money. Getting a wife who does understand those things, I would say, was a genius move. You see what I'm saying? And that's how we all work together for the better. You know, learning each other's strengths and weaknesses, and knowing that, you know, you have to kind of be the counterpart to their strength or their weakness. I would say to their weakness necessarily. If you look to have a balanced family, you know, don't just let a person's weakness be the weakness in your family. If you can fill that gap because you're good at it, why not? I heard a conversation where a man was saying that the woman was complaining about having to put in job applications for her man and filling out resumes for her man. So he had worked this job for say 20 years, very good at it. He gets laid off. He needs to go back into work in his field, but he doesn't know how to write a resume, fill out an application. He's been working forever. He's good at working, but he's not good at filling out that paperwork. And you know, a resume is something you got to be skilled at. You got to know how to word it. You have to, you know how to. It's just not something that you just wake up knowing how to do, right? So she's complaining about, why do I have to send out all your applications and stuff? Why you can't do that yourself? And I'm thinking, damn, lady, have his back. The man struggles with writing. He struggles with his handwriting. He struggles with filling out paperwork. However, he can do the job. Why is it a problem that you have to fill out the application form and send them out? Do that. He's gonna go to the interview. He's gonna get the job, and he's gonna take care of the family once he gets the job. You can't put the application in for the brother if you good at it. He ain't good at it. To sit there and be like, he ain't a man, because I hate have to put an application just like, yo, you suck as a wife. Ugh. I wouldn't want a wife like that. I want my wife to be like, baby, I got you. I'll fill that out. Look, if me and one of my wives go to the doctor or something, they hand me a chalkboard, dude, I can write with the best of them, but they take that and fill it out. They know my social, they know all that, about me. They handle that stuff for me. Now, again, I handle heavy lifting for them. I refuse. Somebody said, as a woman, she cut the grass. I would never let my woman cut no grass. I'd be mad at her if she tried. What the hell is you doing out here on the lawnmower shit? You trying to be seen? I'm just playing. But nah, you ain't about to cut no grass. I wish you're not about to cut no grass, pick up nothing heavy, put a ladder on the floor to get nothing from up high. I'm doing that.
Right. That's right.
It was real easy to lift. Look, you can lift the gas pump. I'll even do that for you. Right. I'll open your door for you. Some things I'm going to do because I love you. But in most cases, man, if you can't, I'm not going to watch you struggle to lift something if I can just go over and use my strength to pick it up with ease. So it's like when it comes to writing and filling out something or making this man a sandwich, you got to complain. You ain't his mama. He ain't your daddy.
That's right.
So why don't you enjoy serving your husband if he enjoys serving you? If he ain't complaining about going to work every day and he wants the job, fill out the application for him. Two of y'all together are better than one. If you make this man fill out that application, he's going to get nervous and avoid that damn computer. Life has changed. If he's got a job for 20 years now, he's not used to filling out no damn application online. He's used to going to these places in person saying, y'all need some help, y'all need a job, y'all need some workers, and interviewing with this person face to face. He ain't used to this, how long you work at such as a list your previous employers. Some men will get so nervous, they won't even do that shit.
Right.
It creates so much anxiety. So why not, as a woman, say, okay, I got you, baby. That part you ain't got to worry about. Just make the interviews. I'll tell you when the interviews are. Kyle, for you, is that a weight off your shoulders or what?
It is. My wife and I have done things like that before. It's just, it'll be just one point. I just can't get past this point. It could be in the house. It could be out in the world. Either role. And so I can't get past this point. I could use some help. And could I get it done? It'll take me 2 weeks, whatever this thing is. Yeah, I could do it. But my wife could do it in an instant because that's part of what she does. She works in medicine. She understands what all those big words mean on the prescription, right? I don't know what that means, but if I put her in front of a computer, she doesn't know what's going on. So we complement each other in that way. And that's what you said was really profound. It's basically our strengths supersede our gender roles, right? So if she has a gender role, right? She's not supposed to be out there working. You see, I heard it. I was like, oh, that's good. But her gender role is to be in the home. But her strength is to write. So she's going to come in there and she's going to do the application form. It makes sense. She's more, aware of what's going on in the world. So, yeah, that totally makes sense. Why let your partner struggle? 100%. Yeah.
Absolutely. Look, I love that your strengths supersede your gender roles. So we can grasp more thoughts. I want to play some more of the video so people can actually see that. And before I do so, I want to show you this right here really quickly as well. I think that this right here is going to bring some light to some things before we hit that video. Watch this. This is a definition. I always say this, but I think most people are not really grasping it and seeing. Sometimes people are visual. All right. So you see right here, this term is called a false dichotomy. Okay. Let me go read it larger because I can't see it on that screen. Hang on. A false dichotomy, also known as a false dilemma or false binary. It's a logical fallacy where two opposing views or options are presented as if they are the only possibilities. This fallacy occurs when more options might actually exist, but they are not considered. a false dichotomy. So when you say you're not a man because you spoke on this issue, you responded. You're not a man because you don't have this amount of money in your bank account. You're not a man because you're not tall. You're not a man because, or you're not a woman because of these things. This is what you call a false dichotomy. Your frame of thinking is why you're landing there, which is why we end up in this state of unfairness, Kyle. If you see where I'm coming from,
yeah.
And I think this is what Math Hoffa has, a little bit of a false dichotomy. Yeah. If he says, okay, as a man, if a man was being treated by a woman like P. Diddy treated Cassie, let's say, for instance, she's strong enough to overpower him, and she uses that strength to do so. She's beating him down. Math Hoffa's mind is, quit being a bitch about it, bro, and get up.
He's not a man.
It's a false dichotomy in your mind. Because he's a man, he's supposed to just take that.
Right.
Yo, that's crazy to me. But people really do think like that. You see what I'm saying? So, and they can't get out of that thought because that's a core belief for them. So you have to get rid of the false dichotomy, which it is a fallacy because it doesn't lead you to truth. It's your own prejudiced idea. It's your own anecdotal idea, whatever it may be, but it doesn't lead you to a state of fairness. So you have to say, man, we're human, bro. If anybody's hurt, they have a right to speak on it and protect themselves. To deny one person that because of their gender is wild. You see what I'm saying?
No, you know, it's funny what you said was actually great because in my mind, you know, in programming, they have these things that they call classes, right? And what a class is, it just defines what an object is, right? And so you'll say, okay, a Kevin, you know, has hair on his face. He's got a, you know, a lavender, I don't know, I'm bad with colors, man, purple shirt on, right? You know, and, you know, he smiles and he's on YouTube. That's a Kevin, right? You know, and then you have, you know, a human, and you'll say a human is this, right? And what he's basically saying is, you know, you'll say a man is strong or something. It's like a man can't be strong if he's getting beaten by a woman. And so therefore he's not a man, you know?
Right.
It's like a computer, right? Like a computer would read that instead of reading it like a human where it's like, he's still a man, but something's going on that's not right, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Or he's not a man because he don't have any money. He's just a broke man.
He's just a broke. Yeah, exactly.
He's still a man though.
Still a man. Still qualifies, right? Check the description. You know?
Guys, to make this more easy for you to understand, let's just say somebody says all people in Ireland get drunk. You know, our Irish people are known for drinking, right? There's this drink called the Irish breakfast it tastes like orange juice and syrup. It's good as hell. Okay, I'll tell you how to make it before the end of the show. Okay. But the idea is that Irish people drink a lot. So say somebody says everybody in Ireland drinks, and a person in the room speaks up and says, hey, I'm from Ireland and I don't drink. And what they will say is, you're not a real Irishman then. That's false dichotomy. You refuse to accept the information now because in your mind, preconceived, all Irish people get drunk. But you just heard an Irishman say, I don't drink. So that defeats that you debunked right there. But in order for you not to be debunked, he ain't really Irish.
Right.
You got to get out of that.
The thing that's furthest from the truth is true, right? You know, it's like, you know, we used to hear this all the time when we were younger. It was like, if you listen to rock or you watch cartoons, you weren't black, right, man? Right? Like, but my skin and everything else tells me I'm just like you. We live in the same neighborhood. You live right beside me, right? You know, like, everything's the same about us, but I listen to rock and you don't. And now I'm not black.
You don't know who Tupac is? You hadn't seen Juice? You hadn't seen Boys in the Hood?
Right.
You hadn't seen
Black.
Scarface? You ain't black.
Not black at all.
All right, let's get back to the video. All right, here we go.
He set up the camera, you know what I mean? Like he did the editing and all that shit. Like,
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. But
I gotta go back. Math is so turned off by this, yo. He basically had a whole production. He did the editing.
Look at his face. He's completely disgusted.
He is, bro. And look, now, guys, you got to bring y'all into frame of this, okay? Yeah. Safaree has these videos, proof that he's being physically attacked and she's throwing things at him in front of. This is abuse. It is abuse. So when he sits down and talks about it, Math like, this ain't you just showing the footage. This you up here explaining shit. You got a whole production. You edited the shit out with subtitles. As if this takes away from what Safaree presented. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, we're doing anything we can do to disqualify, because if it was a woman who did that, Math wouldn't be saying this simply because she's a woman. That's a false dichotomy.
Right.
All right, let's go. That's crazy, man. Look at Math's behavior here.
Like,
That's
he did the editing and all that shit. Like,
I
come on,
wouldn't
bro.
do it. I wouldn't do it. But as it's been firmly established, I'd leave. I wouldn't even be a part of that.
We know you would have
As
left.
soon as that starts, I'm out the door. I'm not even dealing with that.
But
However,
what if she said she
that's
was
my
getting her
point.
ass whipped?
That's my
Did she?
point.
No.
Is she
Right.
capable?
But there's
go.
women out there that will say, I'm in here getting my ass whipped when she was doing the ass kicking, nigga.
And no dude who's been hemmed up for that thought that it was going to happen to him until it happened. Nobody woke
You
up
got
thinking,
niggas that
yo,
walked
this
out
chick's going
and
to hem me
still
up.
got arrested, just walked away from the whole.
So guys, here they're trying to point out that Safaree was trying to protect himself. No, she hasn't said he hit her, but he's trying to get ahead of it. And what Math is trying to say is, you wait till it happens. And what they're trying to point out to Math is, bro, once it happens, there's no recovery. People don't really care what you have to say once someone has accused you of some of these things. And often when her accusations will go viral, your response won't. So those people who saw that about you will never see your response. You understand? And even if they do see your response, they're going to say it here. If you talk too much, you're guilty. If you don't speak on it at all, you're guilty. You're going to be wrong regardless, even if you show them proof. So Safaree has seen this over and over, that social media gets weaponized against men by way of DV accusations. So if he knows he's going through this, you can see why the man will go, look, before anything is said, this is what's happening. But what Math is saying is, if it didn't happen, then don't do that. But when it happens, bro, it's like, I don't think he understands what happens to men based off these accusations, not just him being found to really have hit her. The things that can happen to him just off the accusation alone, man. I don't think Math is understanding this and what Safaree is trying to avoid. We got whole lives we've built. Our life ain't yours to take away from us, yo.
Right.
And so, of course, I'm going to protect myself. You ain't taking what I worked for my whole life. Are you crazy? Especially with a lie.
Yeah. It seems like Math is operating off of what should be and not the reality, right? What should be is, he should be able to handle that in his own home. That woman's not going to hurt him, right? You know what I mean? He could handle that, and take care of it. If he was in charge, if society allowed us to manage our own homes like we should, right?
Right.
But that's not the case, right? So now he's got to act in the way society, allows him to, by beating her to the punch and saying, look, she's not getting beat. She's not getting hurt. She's the one being the aggressor in front of the kids. He's got to beat it, right? He's got to let us know, because everything you said could go wrong. So.
Absolutely right. All right, let's continue.
Situation. And I got my ass whipped. He did this to me. He did that. And truthfully, he walked out the house. He didn't even lift a finger.
Yeah, I got teeth marks in my armpit to this day for a very beautiful woman.
We're leaving out the fact
What?
that we're talking
I'm
about.
not online like, oh man, this
No.
Look where she live. Look what she did to me, y'all. Look, come on, that's not no man shit, bro.
Now, that's what. Now listen, in Safaree's defense, is that what he was doing? Have you saw the video, Kyle?
I haven't seen the video. I try to stay away from it, man, honestly. But
okay, yeah,
I haven't
that's
seen
not
it.
what he's doing. Is woe is me. Look what she did to me. You see what I'm saying? He has a whole family to protect. Now, Mav did say it's his baby's mother, so this is a family to protect. Whether you're together or not, you're a family. You're a mother. You're the father. That's the mother. That's the child. You're still a family, even if you're married to somebody else. And that's what people not understand. They think they're not a family anymore, so they don't have to work with each other anymore. Shit, you got to work with each other more when you're not with them.
Right.
You understand? So you got to have an understanding even more. So it's crazy that people think that once let's break up because we're not getting along. Yo, you think you're going to get along not together? The problem is how y'all communicate. So now when you break up, now you have less access to your child. You have less access to him. In most cases, ladies will see a man weaponize the children by becoming less active in the child's life because she left him. So just like there's women who say, I'm not letting you see your child, there's men who are saying, if you leave me, I ain't taking care of them kids. If you take my child out of my house, I'm not taking care of him no more because you took him out of my house out of anger. And that is still alienating your child. That is still forsaking your parental obligation, which is the definition of a deadbeat. You see what I'm saying? And I try to say, to a man, even if you are providing financially for the child, if you're not in their life, you are forsaking your parental obligation, because you're also obligated to be there for your child. Not money can't raise your children. You can't do that. And so when women push you away from your child, that's also deadbeat behavior, because you're forsaking your parental obligation, which is allowing that father to be active in his child's life. So you can be a deadbeat and still be doing somewhat for your child. She can be physically there for the child and still be a deadbeat because she's neglecting the father's rights to see the child. He can provide for the child and be still a deadbeat if he's not active in the child's life. You got to have both. Right. You see what I'm saying? So to think that because I pay for the child, matter of fact, let me show you. I can show you better than I can tell you. I'm gonna show you this video really quick. Kyle, anything you want to say while I'm looking for it?
No, I was just gonna add. I think you're right. In a more natural world, when you try to separate a man from his woman and his child, to the woman that and the child, that could mean death, right? You know what I mean? They're like dead to them. You know what I mean? Like actual like physical death. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We're providing in a natural world. We're providing the protection that society is providing now. So you're not. It's almost impossible to separate. You know what I mean? Like if you're taking a child and the mother away, you're pretty much ending lives, you're ending connections, you're ending legacies. That's why we didn't do that. You know? Mm-hmm. So it's for them to think that the separation means more independence and more opportunity. It doesn't naturally make any sense. It's artificially created by the society that extracts wealth from the man and gives it back to the family when he's not there, and we think that's okay. So I completely agree with you. It's not. It doesn't even make sense. So
absolutely. Yeah. Now, guys, watch this video really quickly, and this is going to be a good example of parental alienation by the man's part, thinking that he's doing the right thing. Just watch this. Very interesting video here. I can't hear. Can you guys hear?
No audio.
I hope they didn't. Oh, hang on.
I'm a busy man.
Hang on. Let's see if I can start this over. Oh, come on.
If you go forward and come back, it should. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, one child. Eddie, she real life don't want to do nothing with her life. Like she don't want to take care of her responsibilities, man. We not even together, like I just said, y'all. Like, I don't know what's wrong with her. You know what I'm saying? I told her, that's fine. You can stay here for a few days while I go make my money. I'm a busy man. You know what I'm saying? I even gave her $500, thousands, like every week. You know what I'm saying? And she did nothing with the money but blow it and look cute on Instagram, man. So now she telling me that she finna basically go to college and try to throw the baby on me. Like she know I got a lot of stuff to do. You don't do nothing. I don't do nothing. So where the money that I gave you? Where the $1,000 that I gave you last week? You took it from me because you got mad at me. I took it from you. Yes. Yeah, see, she's a narcissist. This is why she's leaving. This is why you take it away from me. This is why she's going, whatever she's going. I'm telling you that he's going with you. This is your child.
So you both,
guys. Okay, I'm gonna run this back. Now let's listen closely. Okay, I would hate to have, if I'm a woman, I would hate to have a baby father like this. Okay, I'd hate for my daughter to have a baby father like this. Okay. And I'm going to show you why. Let's listen closely now. And I'm going to show you all of the false dichotomies this man has and how it makes him a deadbeat. Just listen at this.
Pathetic. She real life don't want to do nothing with her life.
Now let's take the low-hanging fruit first. Number one, he's on camera denigrating her, calling her pathetic, right? She's sitting in the corner, balled up, and he's lecturing her about how she's being with this child. He's taking no thought into postpartum. He's not trying to find out what's wrong with her. Instead, he's just lecturing her, right? Denigrating her publicly. Now, already that's horrible as hell. He got the camera on her, showing the world her. She's sitting on the floor, obviously not contributing to the bullshit. So why did you do this to her, right? She's not being irate. This is not a moment where you're protecting yourself. This is a disagreement between the two of you, and look what you've done with it. But that's the low-hanging fruit. Let's deal with the context of it now.
Like, she don't want to take care of her responsibilities, man. We not even together.
Now, she don't want to take care of her responsibilities. We not even together. False dichotomy. We're not together does not change your responsibilities as a man. You see that, and for your child, you still supposed to be 100% that child's father, bro, whether you with her or not. So if you was with her, you wouldn't be saying, well, I send you this, I send you that. You would be in the child's life taking care of the child, right? So it's still 100% your responsibility to make sure this child is taken care of as well. So we know the synopsis of it is she wants to go to school. Okay, let's continue. He's saying we're not even together, like he's thinking that's supposed to change something, right? You're still supposed to be in your child's life. Let's continue.
I just said, y'all. Like, I don't know what's wrong with her. You know what I'm saying? I told her, that's fine. You can stay here for a few days while I go make my money. You know,
So you give her, this is the mother of your child, right?
Busy man.
Apparently she don't have nowhere to go. She can stay here for a few days. So she must not have her own place. So it's the mother of your child. And you said you can stay here for a few days. The reason that sounds so crazy to me, Kyle, is you don't care where she go after that. You don't think that this woman with this little baby needs some help, and you're saying, well, I ain't with her no more, so I don't got to provide for her no more. Dude, she got your baby, bro. You just can't do that. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like basically you ain't with me no more, but you still trying to need my help or something like that. But yo, she has your child. If you're concerned about the well-being of your child, why are you just saying you got 4 days and you got to go? You see what I'm saying? And then it turns into, well, I give her money. So it starts to sound like he has an abundance of money. So he says first, he don't know what's wrong with her. Could be postpartum. If it's not postpartum, let's say for a fact, she's overwhelmed. When you say she's overwhelmed, Kyle, she's sitting right here, hands over her eyes, balled up in the floor, asking him to help her out, asking for a place to stay, saying she wants to go back to school. I imagine to better herself, right? To put her in a better position to take care of his child. She's overwhelmed, right?
Yeah, she's definitely overwhelmed, and I'm curious about those bags. Is that her coming or going? You know what I mean? Like, is that trash or is that her stuff? Like that he's telling her to leave or she got to stay? You know, the bags that are right beside her on the floor. And I'm wondering if, you know, what does he think she will? You know, is college going to end their relationship? Is college going to change the way that is he not going to let her come to the house if she goes to college? Like, I don't understand how that affects, again, false dichotomy. How does college affect anyone's ability to care for this child, hers or his? You know,
right? And then he's like, he's trying to dump my child off on me. Dump him off of me,
right,
bro. That's your baby. She can't dump his child off on you, stupid motherfucker. Why people make me mad, bro? Like, ain't no baby mother of mine can dump a child on me. That's my baby, bro.
Whose baby is this again? It's mine, right? Okay, yeah. It's like I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know.
So his thinking is like, in his mind, women raise the children, men provide. But they both do that. That's the point he's not understanding. Men raise children too. We're nurturing too. Be there for your child, bro. Heart, mind, soul, and financially. What you mean?
This goes back to your last point, like where, you know, the strength supersedes the role. He is in a position of strength right now. He has the home. He has the means, right? He's got the money. He's got and you got a broken woman on the floor right there, right? All right. So you're gonna have to do a little nurturing. We're gonna have to figure out how you do college and stay here, right? You know, we got to figure. There's problems that are real world problems that he can definitely handle. You know, so it's strange for him. You know, again, the weirdest part, the low hanging fruit. Why are we even broadcasting this? Because I'm, you know, as the man, I can solve these problems. And then, you know, by describing the things he's trying to describe, you got to ask yourself, what is he trying to prove to us? He's trying to prove that he can provide these things. Well, if you can provide these things, then let her stay. You know, there's no reason to broadcast her all over the internet and demean her. You know,
absolutely. And if you can see this, guys, he's weaponizing the child in order to control her. She wants to go to school, and he's like, I ain't keeping the baby. You gonna keep the baby to make it more difficult for the girl. If you financially capable, why can't you keep your baby, bro?
Right.
Let her go to school if she wants to go to school.
Right.
Hell, at least she's not trying to take your child off to college. That's what I'll be mad about.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah.
Can I raise my baby? Can I raise our baby while you in school then?
Right. Yeah. I'll take that.
Yeah,
You know?
any day, bro. All right, let's continue. Watch this.
You know what I'm saying? I even gave her $500, thousands, like every week.
So you give her $500, thousands of dollars every week, but she can only stay with you for 4 days. Well, don't give her the thousands of dollars every week. Get her a small place.
Right.
If you could do that for your child to live in. Here's the case, really. She wants to go to school. She wants to better her financial situation, I imagine, so she can better take care of her child. As a man, why are you not all for that? You're not with her. If it was your wife, I could see you saying, baby, I got us, right? Just support me, take care of the home. And I promise you, just trust me and we'll be straight. We're going to have to work together for a little while. We're not going to have everything we want, but if you trust me, baby, in 5-10 years, we'll be able to do some of the things we really like to do. But let's focus our energy on raising our child the right way. You stay home with him, provide him everything that he needs, and then I'll provide the money for us while we do that. But hey, you're not together. So now that you're not together, why are you still personally invested in whether she goes to school or not, to the point to where you're saying, I don't want you to? You know, like, allow her to do it, because you're not going to be in her life in that way. You already complaining about helping her. You're telling her that she can only stay for 4 days, and now you don't want her to go better a situation so she don't need you in that way. Right. Help this lady to get on her feet for your child's sake.
Right. And even looking at this, it's a question of priority. It's this false dichotomy. We don't have to choose, right? Hey, we've got a very young child right now, right? Maybe we could do this a different way. Maybe you can do 1 or 2 classes, you know? Maybe we can get you a place first, and then we can get you into college. We'll just start looking right now, you know? Right. All of these options are available, as opposed to, hey, you gotta, you know, leave the kid and get out and do all this and that. Like, and this is probably the very last option, to have her stuff at the door and throwing her out, right? You know what I mean? There's about 200 other things to do before this. Let's prioritize getting you a home, and then we'll worry about, you know, we'll look at some schools, we'll take care of our son, you know, and put it in some kind of order, because none of this stuff is exclusive. We don't have to just choose one. So
he could say, how about doing you know, college from home? How about doing some online classes? Could that get you what you need? And maybe what she's trying to do, it's an active class where she has to go to it. Maybe it's you know, let's say it's cosmetology. She can't do it online. She has to go in there and put in man hours. If that's the case, man, take care. If you got $500, $1,000 to send her a month, you could pay for childcare while you at work and let the baby stay with you.
Right. There you go.
You see what I'm saying? So you could do this. Why are you telling her just no? And
he's
I
not
mean,
proving the point. Yeah. Right. He's not proving the point he thinks he's proven. Yeah. It's like, if you got all this money, you should be able to do it.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, watch this.
Every week, you know what I'm saying? And she did nothing with the money but blow it and look cute on Instagram, man. So now she telling me that she finna base.
So look cute on Instagram. So now to me, this looks like control. And here's why I say this. You giving her $500, $1,000, a couple $1,000. That's not evidence that she used that money to look cute on Instagram. You see what I'm saying? So if the girl's still able to dress herself up and she's putting pictures on Instagram, to me, it sounds like that's what you're mad about. You're upset that the girl is taking pictures and shit and putting them on Instagram. Right. You probably don't want her to, whatever the case may be. But you don't have, if you have evidence that she's not using this money correctly, I don't think he would just kind of like guess that she's looking cute on Instagram and using that money. You see what I'm saying? And $500 ain't a lot of money. Let's be real.
He spoke to, yeah. You know, it's crazy. He spoke to what was bothering him, right? When he said that, there was other things that she probably used that money for. She might even bought a few diapers or something. She probably, you know, given that he was gone, she had to have used some of that money for the child, you know. And you know, so him saying that, he spoke on what bothered him. Like you were on Instagram, and that, so you know for a fact that's bugging him. And here's the truth: college doesn't cost $500 a week, so. If she wants to go to school, you could give her less by paying for college for her to go to college. So you know, if that was bothering you, and then you know where the money's going. So he's really, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Now, Peter said something like, every time I give her money, she turns up with new wigs, new shoes, and different things. And I know she's spending this money on that stuff, and that money is not for that stuff; it's for the baby. That would make more sense. But the fact that he said to look cute on Instagram tells me you probably want this woman back. And that's why you keep saying we're not even together, because you want her to say, okay, let's get back together. And I'm telling you, you guys may not believe this, but I've counseled a lot of couples. Just like women get mad when a man don't want to be with them and they start keeping him from his kid because she mad at him, she looks at it like, if you left me, you left our family. You did this to us. But really the man is saying, I just don't want to be with you. I love my baby. But in her mind, we're a package deal. Some men behave this way. You leave him, he'll tell you, I ain't taking care of them kids then. And he'll do that and make it very difficult for you, because most women, now you got some women who don't want this man around her kid at all, just because she don't like him or can't stand him or whatever. But most women want their child to have a father. So I've seen women stay with the man because of that threat. If I leave him, he ain't gonna take care of the babies no more. How am I gonna explain that to my 6 and 7 year old that they daddy don't want to be there for them no more? So I just stay with him. It's like, wow. It's the same toxic shit, right? And you may want to be with the person, but you can't make them. And so if this woman don't want to be with you, you have to figure out how y'all gonna co-parent. I'm sorry, man, but you making it difficult on her is some deadbeat shit. It just really is, bro. You see what I'm saying? You might want the relationship to work, but if she don't want to be with you no more, bro, you got to figure out how y'all gonna parent this child together. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Go to college and try to throw the baby on me. Like, she know I got a lot of stuff to do.
You don't do nothing.
I don't do nothing. So where the money that I gave you?
Now, but okay, he said where the money I gave you. So we're gonna get to that next. But so she said you don't do anything. Now what he is saying, his response is, so where the money I gave you? Notice he hasn't said I spend this amount of time with him, right? I do this for him, meaning physical things that you have this child. It's I give her $500, I give her thousands of dollars, and she be cute on Instagram. And eventually you're gonna throw the baby off on me because you're going to school. Okay, well, you don't do nothing. Well, what you do with that money I gave you? She's sitting here overwhelmed because she's stuck with this child all day. You're not there helping out at all. Man, that get old, they get frustrating. And for men to think that women built for that, they're supposed to do that is wild, man. Take your ass home and be with your baby, son. Take her off her hands for a little bit. It's your baby too. Get to know your baby. Love on your child. It's okay. I can't stand that a lot of men don't know how to do that. It looks like they're scared of their child, like they're scared they're gonna break them, or it makes them soft to be vulnerable with their child. Man, I love being all up on my babies, man. Like, they don't make you weak. To me, that makes you stronger, that a man ain't afraid to show his soft side. We all got one. Right. And if you can't have it for your baby, you can't be vulnerable with your baby who ain't never did shit to you. I don't see how you could be vulnerable with anybody. You see what I'm saying? Because your baby is your baby. If you can't be all lovey-dovey with them, who can you be lovey-dovey with?
Right, who can you be, you know? Who's more innocent than a child, and then it's a child that you produced, right? If you can't love that, right? Who can you love? You know, it's a part of you outside of you over there, you know. But so you know,
as long as I'm providing, you're supposed to just nurse the baby, be there for him, and you don't ever supposed to get tired or frustrated or overwhelmed. And when the woman don't want the baby, when she's going through a phase where she's like, I don't want to raise the baby right now. I need some space. You need space from your baby, bruh.
You know, and
she needs a breather. Let the one, like, you as the father, and I don't think men really understand how much that's necessary for you to play that role. When she's pregnant, be there for her. She's hungry, go get that food, rub her belly for her, hold her close to you while she's pregnant. And in most cases, if a man doesn't do those things, and this happens a lot when people make babies outside of having a relationship, she don't get that man to be there with her during that process. And it really sucks, because that bonding period is really necessary. Because what happens is it extends beyond the child's birth. Now the child is born and he thinking, oh, as long as I'm providing, we good. But you know, you got to do more than provide. You got this little bitty baby here who wants to get to know you too. So he's like, you're going to dump this child off on me. It sounds like the child needs you. It sounds like you need to be there physically for your child because you think being there is good, being there financially is good enough. And you know how many men say that? Man, I always bought you clothes. I always made sure you were straight. And the child is like, man, I want to know you, stupid.
Right.
I don't want your money, bro. I wish we could go back in time. You take all them clothes and shit back and you come be in my life. I don't know why you think that's an excuse. That's crazy to me. And a lot of men say that. Well, I always make sure you have what you need. And
yeah, and I think it's interesting. Like, I don't agree with what she says, but I understand what she's trying to say. She says he doesn't do anything, and that's not just not true, right?
That's not true.
Everything that you know, she's the house, the child, those are products of things that he's done, right? He does something. But what she really means to say is, you're not providing everything you just said, Kevin, right? You're not giving the time, the intimacy, whatever. Those pieces, maybe she was alone. You know, he said they're not together. Maybe she was alone during the pregnancy. She's not getting that. That's what she's really saying. So she's not really being honest when she says she does nothing, but she's also not saying what she really means. So
right. Yeah, I can see that too. And again, she's on the spot. She probably knows she ain't gonna get but a few words in, and she knows she's online, so she's not gonna feel comfortable having this conversation like this.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
The realistic is, Kevin, you're wrong. Everyone is not the same. I'd love to hear you. I'd love to explore why you say that, because I don't. That's not enough for me to really
explain himself.
Right. But again, I think from his standpoint, it's like, you don't want to be with me, but you still want what I have. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of men feel that way. So you don't like me no more. You don't want to fuck with me no more, but you still want my help. Nah, go get it on your own. You left your man. You left your family. You get out here and take care of him on your own. You push me out the door. I can't live in my own child's house with him no more and protect him and make sure I'm there for him every night like I used to be, because you don't want to be with me. Then get the hell on. Don't ask me for nothing else. And even though those feelings are valid, you still alienating your child if you act on those feelings, because your child still needs you. Yeah, she an asshole for having this baby with you and abandoning you like that and taking your baby from you. She's an asshole. I get it. But dude, that's your child. You see, and one thing shouldn't mean the other. And that's what I think, that emotionally we can become terrorists as well when it comes to things like this. He would absolutely be right in feeling abandoned, feeling like she took his family from him. Those feelings are very valid. But you acting on them and becoming less of a father is punishing your child. And that's not right. So in that way, I agree with Math Hoffa, man, take it on the chin and do for your baby.
Yeah,
I might hate her for leaving me, but I'm still taking care of my child, bro. So if I can't stand this woman that done left me, took my child out the house, and she come back like, look, I'm about to go to school. Can you take care of our son while I'm at school? I'm gonna go for 2 years, get an associate's or bachelor's. Okay, I'm gonna say, hell yeah.
Right.
What college you going to? Is there anything I can help you with?
Right.
Because I want my baby. My baby gets to be in the house with me.
We might have a conversation about all the details, but ultimately the answer is going to be yes, right? Yeah, leave the baby. Absolutely. It's fine, right? It's rather it be here than anywhere else, you know, because that's the issue, right? If we're not going to be together, I want my children, I want my legacy, I want them with me. So yeah.
Okay, look, realistic says this, Kyle, but he never said he didn't want the baby. So who going to work then? Okay, so realistic, this is what I'm saying. He did say she tried to dump the baby off on me. I don't like that turn of phrase. You understand? Dump him off on you. It sounds like he's saying she's ready to give up her responsibilities for her child and have him take sole responsibility. But you wouldn't call it dumping a child off on the mother if he goes to school to better himself. So she's not negating her responsibilities. She's living up to them. I'm going to be better so my child can have more from me. I realize the person I am right now is insufficient. I need this man's help so much, it's getting on his damn nerves. Then you complain about giving me money. You say I can't spend it on nothing. I can't spend none of it on myself. Okay, let me go to school so I can better myself. So this ain't happening. And now he's saying, well, okay, I give her thousands of dollars a week or $500 a week. Who gonna go to work? Realistic? Him. He can still go to work. The money he's giving her for the child, he keeps it now because if she ain't got his baby. Now listen, most men ain't really looking at this like that. But if you take a man who really understands this, your child's in your home, so now you don't have to give her $1,000, $500 a week.
Right.
What? Okay, so wait, I get to keep my $1,000 and I get the baby back? Okay, hell yeah. I'll even get you some oodles and noodles while you're in college. I'll even put some money on your books because I don't got to give you $1,000 a month anymore, and I get my child. So yeah, I would take that money and give it to healthcare. Childcare if I need that. So yeah, he got to go to work. I get that. He's saying I got a lot of shit going on. I think he's talking about with time, but still, find a way if you could find a way to try and give her that. It's my opinion. And if you couldn't give it to her, let's say he's working too much and he cannot do that, right? Childcare would be too expensive, far more than $1,000 a month. Okay, cool. There's no reason for going online and embarrassing this woman off the things that he's saying. What he's saying is very common. So why would you go online and demean this woman like that? You see what I'm saying? So either way, if he doesn't have the time realistic, and he can't physically do this, going online and trying to make us seem like a bad person for asking is nasty work.
Right.
Nasty work.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that, the solution you're saying is basically that, somebody's got to work, right? And somebody's got to provide, and she obviously can't do it. I think that's what you're trying to say. And there's nothing saying that might not ultimately be the same result, right? He still may just be the only one working, but I think that what the problem is that, we look at this and we say, yeah, she has to do that role. Otherwise it doesn't work. She doesn't. He can take care of everything, right? That is again, the man's responsibility. You can go out there, do your college thing. I will take care of everything else. I will take care of me. I will take care of the baby, and you can go, because before I was supporting you and the baby in a different home and then letting you live here sometime and doing all kind of other stuff, right? I don't have to do that anymore. I can take all the responsibility with my child and have my own system, my own structure, not have to deal with any other adults, and just, do my own thing. So I think that I don't know if you meant your wording was wrong or my wording was wrong, but I think that, it could still be the solution that he still works, and he maybe brings in his girlfriend, maybe brings in a babysitter, like, Kevin said, maybe he can't afford the baby, so maybe he brings in his girlfriend and she takes care of the baby, and now they have their family, all in one home. But does it limit her from going and doing what she needs to do, and does that need to be broadcast to everyone? No, none of that had to happen. Those were all choices he made, and it didn't necessarily benefit anyone. So
right. And Lacey said, I thought he said the child was leaving with her. He does ultimately say that. And ask yourself, how's she gonna do that? She already ain't got bread. She needing it from
she got nothing.
She got to go to class. She can't take that baby up in the classroom.
Right.
So it'd be better that the baby's with him. Now, listen, I think what this really points out is they should just be together. They should just be together. He got the finances, so he can provide. You need a place to stay. You need to be on your feet. Stay and support this man. Why y'all breaking up? What's the problem here?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because the baby would be better off if they just stay together. She could find a local school. He could go to work. She could do a couple hours in school, get back home with the baby. You see what I'm saying? And now he ain't having to give her $1,000 a month for to take care of the child, because she's under his own roof now. You see what I'm saying? So some of the money could be used for child care, a couple hours a day for her to go to college and come back home. Now the baby's good. Or even if you're not going to be together, why not allow her to stay in the home for that small duration of time period? But a lot of people ain't willing to work together like that. I think once they break up, they're ready to be out and just leave it all like it never happened. But if you're thinking for your child, man, you're going to have to make some concessions while that child is in his adolescent state. You don't have much leverage at that point. So you don't really want too many people with hands on your child at that age either. So it's really important for that mother to be there or that father to be there. And I would say most of the time, I don't think it's wise to leave your little bitty babies who can't talk in the hands of strangers. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's wise. But let's finish the rest of this video, because what Lacey said, that I think they're about to get to that point.
Where the $1,000 that I gave you last week?
You took it from me because you got mad at me.
I took it from you.
Yes.
Y'all see, she's a narcissist. This is why she's leaving.
Anything
this is
you
why.
You take it away from me.
This is why she's going. Whatever she's going, I'm telling you that he's going with you.
No,
this is your child.
So
Again, I just see that as while his feelings may be valid that he's not in a relationship with her, the moves that he's making are along the lines of deadbeat type movements. Okay, you have to still work with each other, man. You just have to. And I would say this the same way. If a man went to a woman and said, "Listen, I need to make more money. I need to go to school. I don't have the money to send you right now. So let's just say for the next 2 years, could you try kind of hold most of the financial responsibility since you have the money and I don't? I'll make it up to you. I'll be there for my child in his life. But financially, I just can't do that." If the woman were to say, you have to come by here and spend time with your baby, though. I can handle these next 2 years. I make more than you, and I would like to see you more financially efficient for your child. So yeah, I'll do that. You would say I respect her. But if she's like, nah, I need money now, she know he ain't got it, and she does have it, but she's making it difficult for the man to even come up so he can take care of his child, I would say, lady, the decisions that you're making are not in the best interest of your child. You mad at this man, and so you making decisions that are not in the best interest of your child. it's better for your child if this man go to school so he can actually take care of the child. He can't help you now.
Mm-hmm.
So letting him go to school doesn't change your situation because he can't help you now.
Right. Judges
So what
need
you
to
want him to
sentence,
do?
yeah. Judges need to sentence guys to school and be like, hey, you got to go to school so you can support your child, right? You know what I mean? Like,
So what the system allows her to do is put him on child support,
right.
And then when he can't pay it, they're gonna put his ass in jail.
Exactly.
And that's crazy to me. That's
Take his
nasty
passport.
work.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, and it's crazy. Like, really, the question, you know, if we had to redo this whole thing and start it from the beginning, the question would be, hey, you want to go? You know, hey, I'm thinking about going to school. All right, cool. How does that benefit the family? How you know, what do I need to do, and how does that benefit the family? Well, I'm going to make more money. I'll be able to support our son more, but I need you to help me take care of him. Okay, that's fine. We can do something like that. We just got to work out the details. I may need you to come over more, help me take care of him while I'm at work, because, you know, that stuff can't change. I still got to support because I make more than you, but, you know, I understand your need to want to be able to support the child. So we'll do this. We'll do that. You really got to start it from scratch and have enough knowledge to just say, like, we'll see how we can make this work, as opposed to, you know, somebody's got to suffer. And that's what it seems like, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Lacey said he didn't even claim the child. He kept saying this is your child.
Yes. Right.
And that's what I mean. He don't have a pride in his child. Like, that's my baby. Because if he did, he wouldn't be treating her like this. He wouldn't be holding, he wouldn't be kind of punishing her. You can see that's kind of what it is. It's not really about the child here. He's more focused on her character and how she's acting. And that's always going to make you be a worse parent. You shouldn't consider the person you made that child with when it comes to what you're going to do for your child. You could have made a bad decision, but now you have a child here. You see, and so you can see some men walk away from a woman because she makes it difficult for them. In the end, your child is still who pays that toll. So say you're 18, Kyle, and you meet your father, and he tells you, I wasn't there because your mother was this, that, and the other. You still missed the life with your father, didn't you?
Doesn't change.
So all of the trauma of not having him around is still there. It doesn't undo any damn thing. So the man thinking that he can explain that to you is really irrelevant. He still lost his legacy. He still lost 18 years with his son. You see what I'm saying? So you saying, well, your mother was like this and like that. Yeah, maybe true. But I don't know you, bro. You don't know me. You see what I'm saying? And so therein lies the cycle that's going to continue. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And so, guys, I just wanted to show y'all that part, to show you that kind of what I'm saying could be weaponizing on a man's part. But let's get back to this, Matt. I don't think he talks on this subject much longer. They kind of switch it up. But I'm going to let it play for a minute. Let us just absorb some of this so we can come back with our thoughts on it in a second. Let's go.
You're talking about two people who have lived their life, or the main source of income for both of them is in front of the camera and on reality TV. So that's what they do.
This could be a scam. They could be doing this for a bag.
This is what they do.
True.
Making yourself the object of ridicule.
That is his.
You think Safaree care about being
industry.
ridiculed, bro? Safaree?
Well, if you're ridiculed in this, hold on. If you're ridiculed in this way, that's career suicide. You get canceled for some shit like domestic violence, you very rarely make a comeback from it.
It's different when a woman does it, though.
That's the point I'm making. If I had that much to risk, I can't tell you what I might do to protect myself and cover my bases. You're not about to paint the picture before I get out here and tell the truth. And I got facts. Fuck that shit. You're not about to ruin me in the court of public opinion, telling everybody I did X, Y, and Z, and that's what made you do A, B, and C. And now I can't get a gig. I can't get this. I can't.
I just have to say real quick, I 100% agree with that. If I got facts to prove I'm innocent, I don't care if people call me sassy for responding to you. I'm doing it. You're not ruining my life. You're not taking from me the things that I earned. You don't have that right. So if you come out calling me something I'm not, and I can prove I'm not, I'm proving I'm not. You think I would rather be called sassy than a damn abuser if I didn't do it. So call me sassy all you want to. I'm proving you a damn liar because it proves my innocence. You see what I'm saying? And that's what this brother's saying because of the gravity that's on DV claims for men. It destroys our life, man. You can't allow somebody to just come and strip you of your life. You know how hard it is to get what we get, Kyle?
How it is to get the beat DV?
No, how it is to get what to accomplish something in life for men, to amass wealth or career. That is hard, man. It first
Absolutely.
requires your discipline, your consistency, luck, shit to fall in the right place, and and smarts, strategy. Once you work all that out, somebody can just come along and strip that shit from you with a DV claim. Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no. I'm going to protect myself as aggressively as you're trying to accuse me.
Yep. It's like the Johnny Depp thing. He was innocent the whole time,
Absolutely.
The whole time. But it took years for us to see that he was innocent, right? And so during that time, he lost tens of millions of dollars. You see what I'm saying? So it's just
He'll never get back.
He'll never. They're not going to bring him back. All those movies that were going to be made were made without him. There is no opportunity to get any of that back, and it was on a claim that was false, proven false. So, no, I don't blame him for that.
Yes, guys. There's a lady named Jennifer Wallace in the comments saying that she needs help for food with her daughter. I don't know how to verify if this is a true need. But I always say, guys, if it's in your heart and you want to help someone, you want to trust that, Jennifer, you could drop your Cash App. And for people who would want to help you feed your child, if that's the case, I'm sure someone will be able to help you. And hopefully you do get some help. Okay. Just drop that Cash App and then we'll go from there. But let's continue, guys.
I get what you're saying, Meg. I get what you're saying, Meg. But when you have moral limits, the suspicion of someone going the other way should not alter you. You're talking about the suspicion. He hasn't been accused of anything. He's coming forward with this shit.
Well, there's been a lot in their marriage back and forth about who's doing what and what he's doing to who's here. And I believe that maybe a couple of days before she talked about him not being around for his kids. So
he's at Nicki Minaj's concerts.
I'm just saying that's what it was. So
This ain't the kind of accusation you wait for. This ain't the kind of thing you deal with as it pops up. Because once you get in that situation, if you talk too much, you're guilty. If you don't talk at all, you're guilty. Like it's not that kind of accusation.
Especially when you're a public
I think this is a spectacle.
Yeah, Chris Brown.
Of course it is.
Still trying to recover from that situation.
And now they're coming out with a whole documentary, right, making him look crazy.
Right.
Now, I heard someone say the other day that Chris Brown's career is back where it should be. It's not off track anymore. Guys, you have to do your research. These men who have gotten accused of this, they will never have what they would have had if they weren't accused of this. If you think Chris Brown is back where he should have been, you're sadly mistaken. This man would have been the next Michael Jackson. He would have been that. Him and Usher are on the same label. And Chris Brown is who started the skating thing. Well, when people got ready to promote skating and using the artists to promote their skates and things of that nature, they had the label get Usher to do it because they didn't want Chris Brown to be the representative of them because of the DV stuff. Chris Brown has voiced this. He's been very bitter about how Usher seems to kind of come in and take the things that he starts because they're on the same label, and the label chooses to let Usher represent them in many ways where Chris Brown doesn't get to. Chris Brown just happens to be very, very talented, and we still support Chris Brown because we like his music and things of that nature. But Chris Brown would have had a much, much larger career had that not happened. And a lot of people will still never see Chris Brown the same. There's still memes that travel across, clowning Chris Brown, all of that. So these men's lives did not go back to normal. You know what I mean? So, and you lit up when he said something, Kyle. I'm sure you probably want to elaborate on it.
What's that? Oh no, just the when you said Chris Brown, I was like, yeah, that's a good example. Like, just wow, I hadn't even considered that. So he's definitely in the group, in the category.
Absolutely, and you guys should look that up. The Chris Brown and Usher beef, because again, they'll have Usher, and Usher will take these gigs because he works for the company. But Chris Brown, he kind of had some animosity for Usher because it's like the things I start, the things that I create. You get to be the person to carry it, and that's crazy. All because of what happened with him and Rihanna, and they're going to actually say some things on that subject here too. Listen up, guys. This is
like he ain't Chris Brown. Like
if he had the footage of what happened in the car, and it could be proven that maybe
he was defending himself, right?
He was.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
He was being big,
scratched.
That's what he said.
Erica Mena, not to say that she get a lot of work, but she'll be able to get work a month from now. after this whole situation.
Well, she got to
calmed
say,
down.
he hit me. And then
Right.
That's what I'm saying. She
gonna
probably
come
say she was
forward.
defending herself in some form of fashion.
Yeah.
Not with that.
Nah, not with that.
But
Well,
but,
she
but to be
can't
honest,
now. But if he had just stayed quiet, paint whatever picture they
He probably
want.
like, I'm gonna monetize this shit and go viral real quick. I ain't been viral in the
Like you
minute.
said, it's all about who said it first, right? He said it first.
That's kind of
He
what
got
it
to
feels like.
first.
I hate this whole situation, but sometimes it's who paints the picture first and who they.
It's like
The slogan
Phenomenal
is
says,
literally
probably a play.
"Believe all women." That's literally a slogan.
Yeah, that's
Believe
crazy.
all women. It's on a shirt. Believe all women. And
there's no believe all men.
no, nigga, no.
I mean, but y'all be putting your
We need
full
to make
face
one.
down.
Nigga,
so
no.
let's really
That's-
get to it if
that's
that's what we're
minor.
talking
That's
about.
Closest
minor.
we ever came to that is black men don't cheat. That's the closest.
And
we
that
ever
was a
came to
gag. That was a joke.
That's real.
That was it was seen as a joke.
Yeah.
That was looked at as one big ass joke. But believe all women is a real
Yo, why
thing.
everybody laughed? That was crazy.
Because it ain't true.
I could get scientific with it. We come from an ancestry full of
Here we go.
polygamists. We can have that
we're wrong.
conversation. I
Now
like that.
listen, guys, as good as that sound, Math quick with it. Okay, so scientifically, black men don't cheat because we come from an ancestry of polygamy.
Yeah.
Bro, if you're in a monogamous relationship saying that you're faithful and you see another one on the side, your ass is cheating. Stop trying to, and this be pissing me off too, because men use these arguments. Well, I'm a man, you know, a man gotta do what a man's gotta do, so it ain't cheating. You breaking hearts, you creating distrust in her, she's thinking less of herself, don't even see herself the same in the mirror. All the shit that would happen to you if she cheated. Don't you dare say you're not cheating, bro. And don't you dare say it's worse when a woman do it. It's the same. So here we got this, we got words. I love words, man. But through our words, we're able to make things worse than the other. So it's worse when women cheat because they can trick a baby on you. Okay, it's bad when a woman tricks a baby on you, but it's not worse because she cheated. You understand? One thing don't mean the other. Because you can cheat, have a baby on her, and don't raise it, which the woman who you have a baby by is likely tricking that baby on somebody else. So you're contributing to it. It's a lot of men know they got a baby out there being raised by some dumb man and don't do nothing about it. So you're just as bad. But cheating is the catalyst. So you can cheat and you can't blame a baby on her, right? You can't say it's her baby. No, you can't. But that don't make cheating worse. It's horrible for her to put that with cheating. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you can cheat and have several babies out there that you've made, but still cheating is cheating. The thing that you're doing with neglecting these children is a whole different thing. So I've seen videos where women are crying, broken down because this man cheated. You cannot tell me that you didn't just cheat. Look at her, look at how she's looking. She's broken. Why do that to somebody? You see what I'm saying? Why break down their self-esteem and all that stuff that comes along with cheating? Why do that? So yeah, black men don't cheat scientifically because we come from polyamorous ancestry. Couldn't be farther from it, man. Again, honor your commitments. If you with somebody and you're not supposed to be seeing somebody else, be loyal to the person that you with. If you're not doing that, you're cheating. Right now, I'm poly. If I step outside of Jamie and Lacey without them knowing, I'm cheating and I'm poly.
It's about the agreement. Yeah, it's about the agreement.
So stop mind fucking us, Math.
It's in the DNA. You can't. No.
All right, let's continue.
That conversation. I'm just saying. Your great grandfather had like 3 of them things.
Not the
you know what I'm saying?
But because monogamy is a man-made thing.
Here we
It's
go,
like,
and y'all can only be pregnant by one man, and we can have multiple women pregnant, and please.
I mean, that's
Damn.
true.
Who's talking like that? Okay. Because of y'all, if there was one man and 5 women left, y'all would die the fuck out.
All right, let's continue.
Y'all would die. No, just me. It's just me. And then they'll kill you. And
listen, that's a hell of a scenario, right? Women who say I ain't poly. Okay, if it's one man now and 5 women left, you still ain't poly?
Yeah, right.
You don't
Agreement's gonna change.
Life for humanity. We need y'all all need this man to get y'all all pregnant at the same time, so y'all can keep producing children.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Now again, that sounds obviously that's true. In survival, we behave a little differently, right? But if we thrive and women want their own man, their own relationship, there's nothing wrong with that. So I'd never try to make a woman feel bad because she's not poly. But you still can't deny that's in a man's nature, and we're trying to fit into a man-made concept that we call, monogamy, of course.
Right.
And people often ask me and say, well, I don't think poly works. And I say to them, well, divorce is at an all-time high. And when I say that, I'm not talking about poly relationships. I'm talking about monogamy. So if monogamy works, why is it why is it not lasting? You see what I'm saying? And people have asked me, Kevin, if your poly relationship don't work, will you then be against poly? No, just like you're not against monogamy because your monogamous relationships didn't work. You see what I'm saying? So if you're not walking away from monogamy saying it's all bad, why should I walk away from poly saying it's all bad? That don't make much sense, right? Relationships are about the people in them. You dust yourself off and you try again. It's just what it is. But I think here they're kind of veering off the subject, and I let it play for a minute because I don't think they get back on the subject of Erica Mena and Safaree again. And but I'll see. Let's just see real quick.
Everything. Then it's a feast after.
You said feast? They gonna eat
They
it?
gonna eat after that.
Yikes.
It's really
selfish.
it's really
When you deal with her.
just don't lie about it. Just don't lie about it. That's it.
Everybody says that till you tell them.
A lot of them don't like the truth. You tell them the truth.
You'd be surprised
nasty.
with what you can get from a woman when you
wouldn't be
tell her the
surprised.
truth.
I
You'd
wouldn't
be surprised.
I would not be.
No. There's a catch to that. You got to
What's the
tell her
catch?
the truth before you actually get caught doing bad. If you be straightforward with a woman before y'all engage in whatever, she'll be more accepting of it versus getting caught later. And then she don't want to hear
No,
the truth after
it's
that.
honesty versus transparency.
Yeah.
See, honesty. If you think I'm doing something and you come ask me a question, I may be honest. Transparency is letting you know at 8 o'clock, I'm going over here, I'm going to do this, and I still love you.
Sound like you know what I'm saying? Sound like you went to see a therapist.
No, but
that sound like
I think transparency is similar. It's similar to what he said, but I think it's about being honest up front before you get this girl in a relationship. However, that is a good example of transparency versus honesty. Someone says, this Howdy Girl says, women who knowingly share a man have low standards and low self-esteem. While that is your opinion, I would say that is a false dichotomy. That's not necessarily true. It could be true. Some women who share a man may have low self-esteem, may have low standards, but I would say they have more self-esteem. To be able to share a man would mean they have more self-esteem. A lot of women couldn't deal with that. And they say that I'd be jealous. I'd feel like I wasn't enough. And so to be able to be in a relationship like that, where you don't feel like you're not enough, but you feel like part of a team is a big difference.
I honestly, Kevin, I think I'm gonna just be more blunt about it. I think that's a lie. Like, I think if a woman, if a woman was approached by, LeBron James or somebody and she had a man, she would probably, that wasn't LeBron James, she'd probably, raise her standards real quick, right? You know what I mean? And be with him, even though they know that he has someone else, right? I've seen it, and it happens all the time. And it doesn't even have to be LeBron James. That's an extreme. It could just be the guy down the street that has a nicer car, nicer house, and maybe a little bit more swag, right? So I don't think that's true at all. I think women are going to choose who they want to be with. That's it. And your standards don't have to be lower to do that. In fact, I think you're probably probably reaching as high as you can reach. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's the case at all. And the low self-esteem part, I don't even think, again, false dichotomy, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Self-esteem is the esteem of self. What does that have to do with your relationship, right?
Rebuttal. Wow, that's a great rebuttal. Can I add to that?
Yeah.
Would you say what she's, if you're single on here, ladies, you got to understand where I'm coming from. I'm just responding to her comment. But women who are single, Kyle, would you say that they are knowingly sharing a man?
Absolutely. Like 100%.
They can't assume this man that they having fun with, sleeping around with.
Right.
You can't say they don't think he messing with other girls, right?
I have never come across a woman that I've asked the question about the man she's with, and she's been like, "Oh yeah, that's a deal breaker." they'll say if I find out about it, it's a deal breaker, or if I know about it. But it's like, but I mean, you're assuming now that he might be seeing other people, and it's like, yeah, well, yeah, you know, right? I've never had that conversation with somebody, and it's been that much of an issue, you know. So.
Right. I have slept with the same 2 women for the last 5 or 6 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can guarantee you most single men have slept with more girls than that, right? And we're in hookup culture when you can go out and meet a woman or a man and they'll sleep with you in the same night, right? Women know this, men trying to smash the same night, and women know that women give it up the same night, and they don't even talk anymore after that.
Right.
So you're sharing that man. You have no idea who all this man done slept with. He could have been fucking somebody yesterday.
Yes, or earlier this day. You know what's funny?
Today.
Right. What he said about the honesty and the transparency is actually really valid here. It's like they're not going to ask because they don't want you to be honest about it. And they, you know, they don't expect you to come up and say, I was with a different girl yesterday. Right. That's the transparency portion. So, you know, yeah, you're just not going to have that conversation. Right. So they're not even going to bring it up, and they don't expect you to talk about it. So absolutely. That in and of itself is what they were saying earlier, where the woman doesn't want to know, or they were alluding to lying to them, but it's that they don't want to know. You know, they don't want you to say it, but they know it's true. You know,
absolutely.
Yeah,
and you can't let them not wanting to know something be a reason that you don't tell them. You have to make things clear and allow them the opportunity to choose what it is they're going to do. And that's what Math is saying. When they don't know something, that's when they'll, you know, act a little bit, they act upset and lash out about something that they didn't know. But if you're honest and upfront with what you're trying to do, because I can tell you straight up, man, I'm just saying this, okay? I've never met a woman who told me that she didn't want to be with me for whatever reason, especially when it comes to having another woman, and none of them ever cared. None of them ever cared. So I believe even when I was single, I date many women at the same time, and they all know. They know I deal with other women. I tell them straight up, and they still deal with me. So I think what you're saying is share a man in a relationship, maybe, because I'm saying if you're talking about just out here having experiences with men, women know that these men are sexual. They out here sleeping around. They know this. In fact, it's the same 90% of women sleeping with the same 15% of men.
Exactly.
You want men who got swag, who look good, who dress nice. Yo, y'all are in line for those men, because most men are invisible to y'all. They say 95% of men are invisible to women. What makes the other 10% of men available be visible to women is that they got some bread. You see what I'm saying? So women, if women are honest, when y'all go out, now when men go out, we see plenty of women we think are beautiful, or at least cute. You know what I'm saying? They can get our attention. And if we're in a relationship, obviously we're not going to talk to them, but we see plenty of women that we think can meet our standards for human interaction, human coitus.
Right.
You know
Right. That's that variable standard we have to accept the changes, like that I was talking about, right?
Absolutely.
Men have a wider range of acceptance because it's like, can you produce a child that will be healthy? Like that's it, right? That's all we're looking for, you know.
And when it comes to just sexual encounters, it's just like you gotta have
lower.
something. Right, you have something that's cute, and half the time, if it's late enough at night, she ain't gotta have nothing that's cute.
Can the lights make up the difference if I hit these lights?
But for women, if you don't have nothing to offer, you're basically invisible to women. They don't even see you, and so they really only seeing about 5 to 15% of men based on what those men have. And again, it's men who every other woman got their eyes on. So those men, just like she does, they have their choices, because women have choices. They have multiple men trying to holler at them. Well, men have access to a lot of women too when they are considered high profile. You see what I'm saying? Or attractive to women. So it could be a Jody who don't have money. If he's tall, considered attractive, athletic, and got game, yo, he'll run through a slew of women. You understand? It could be short, not be attractive, not have game, but if he got bread, yo, he got his pick of the litter. You see what I'm saying? And so it really points out that women are polygamous due to their hypergamy in a lot of cases. And this is natural, guys. It's not a shot at y'all. Listen, this is survival. I'll point this out. Here's how horses live in nature. Now, we domesticated horses, so most of us only know horses from how men use horses. So we haven't seen how horses act out in nature. They're very competitive. The strongest horse will protect the watering hole. any male that come down there got to beat this horse ass to be able to drink from that watering hole. So around the watering hole, grass grows. So now you got access to food. So the biggest, strongest horse will dominate that watering hole and will not let inferior males eat there or drink there. Right. This makes most of the female horses want to be with this male who dominates that watering hole. So he'll normally have access to all of the women. So if the male horses don't get strong enough to be able to challenge that male, they won't get access to even have a child. No horse would fuck with them because it wouldn't be safe. If I have children with you, you can't even get me access to the watering hole. So I'm going to go with the male who can best take care of my family. You see this with gorillas, lions. I mean, really every animal in nature. They say the penguin is monogamous, but that's the biggest lie ever told. They stay with their partner for life. They mate for life, but they breed every breeding season. They have mating rituals, and they sleep together based on health, status, and all. So during this ritual, the penguin may be married to the first person he slept with. That's still his wife, meaning any eggs that she brings home are his. And that's just how they work. So the female may this year, she may breed with a whole different penguin, but she's still going to come back to their nest and leave her eggs there. And whatever hatches from that eggs will be provided for by her male. This happens he knows he's not potentially raising his own children, but they're probably healthier than they would have been if it was provided for by him. So to further the legacy and the lineage, he gets stronger children now that still contribute to his legacy. They help him hunt, but they're not his children. Now, likewise, he was off breeding with some other woman, and his eggs are somewhere else that some other penguin is raising. That's polygamy, bro. That is broken homes and blended families. If you
right, that's a whole nother level. I'm not down for that, right? You know, but,
hell nah. You ain't bringing me your babies. Not raising that. That's crazy.
Right? You know.
Let's say your girl go out and sleep with LeBron James, right?
Right.
Tell me she pregnant with a 6'8" baby and shit. And listen, this baby, if you coach him right, he gonna take you all the way to the league. Still no. Hell nah.
We'll take our chances with mine.
Yeah, I teach mine and shit. It's no credit to me to watch this child who's not mine perform. You see what I'm saying? So when I see my son perform, that's pride and glory, baby. It don't do nothing for me for this child that's made by LeBron James to be out here ducking. I don't give a damn. I don't mean shit to me.
You know, it's funny. I'm looking at this comment, and it's like, you know, this person talked about self-esteem as well, and then they say, you know, it's gonna make her half a woman if she's with a man that's shared with another woman, right? It's like, how does that make you half a woman? That's your own perception of yourself. That's nothing a man externally does to you. Nothing I can do to you can make you less of a woman, right? That's crazy, you know. So especially, you know, adding to our family, you know, that's a wild thing to think about yourself. So that may make you wonder, what is your self-esteem that you would think that a man could make you less by being with another woman, you know? So that whole concept is it's very foreign to me, you know. I would think that having an entire family or tribe that's fathered by a single man, like, again, what I said earlier is so valid. You're choosing the winner, like, and I don't mean choosing the winner by getting with him and you're also winning. I mean, if he's not the winner now, you're going to help make him that winner, right? That's what you dedicated yourself to do. And so for you to say you're going to be less because you've gotten with somebody who you're putting out front, that doesn't make any sense. And other people are putting out front too. That to me says that guy's even a bigger winner, right? You know what I mean? So I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me.
You see, they're looking through a Western lens. And so whenever you idolize monogamy and those types of interactions or whatever, you do kind of put your ego in it. You see what I'm saying? So if you look at monogamy, or you look at how we're raised in this culture due to it being a monogamous culture, I can't wait to get my own husband, my own knight in shining armor who's going to love me.
Hyper individuality.
And so now you're asked to look at it from a different standpoint. This is why they look at it like, I must not be enough if this man wants somebody else. You see what I'm saying? But in polygamous culture, right? In polygamous culture, it's not looked at that way. Actually, the woman can't wait until the man is efficient enough to have another wife, because she don't like doing all that shit to take care of the house. Right. So in a lot of these countries, she has to cook, clean, grow in the garden, And these things can take a toll on you. It's a lot of work. So she'll want a sister wife to come alongside of her. And then the thing about it, she looks at it like this. I not only have an extra pair of hands to help me in the garden, to help me inside the home. When she bears children, those male children can help him hunt. The female children can help us, take care of the home. So it's a blessing. Your business is growing, because that's what marriage is. It's a business. If you guys look at relationships as just a couples thing, a love thing, you'll go into it backwards. And this is why you got a lot of husbands who feel upside down in their marriage, because while they're trying to provide, the wife's looking for girlfriend treatment, flowers for no reason, cake and candy, and taking me out on dates. And it's like, baby, I love you, but our finances now should be put into the home. You're still wanting to be dated. And I do love taking you out, but we have goals now. But you get it. Women love that. They love that type of attention. They love that type of romance. And so they're not knowing that when you get married, a lot of that will go away. And this is why they say men, when they get married, their overall mental state, as far as happiness goes, it stays about the same from before marriage to after marriage, because nothing really changes for the man. But for the woman, it takes a severe decline. The moment that she is married, her joy goes down. The reason is he's not courting her anymore. So the things that she really enjoyed that made her feel special was him taking her out on dates and him sending her flowers and all those things that he's doing to earn her. It doesn't make her feel special to contribute to the family and put the money in savings instead. Well, that's why you say a wife is a whole different being. A wife understands the role. The wife understands what they say. You understand dang, I can't think of it right now, but they always say you get the I just say they get the point. They understand that marriage is about family and legacy, not about courting and romance. You understand? Yes, you want to be with someone that you want to be romantic with, but you don't want a woman constantly telling you what you're not buying for her and what you're not doing for her when you're trying to build a family and make way for the family. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. No, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah.
Lacey says drop the link. I'll drop a link for you, Lacey. And then after that, guys, we're going to go ahead and close out. I believe Lacey wants to share some words with us. Hang on 1 second, Lacey. I got you. Ooh. Okay.
And see, now this is interesting. She's kind of projecting something onto us now. She's saying the man needs more than one woman to feel complete. And again, that has nothing to do with us. We didn't say that, right? Having that other woman just builds the family and builds legacy, right? That's not that we need that to feel complete. Again, this man is already complete, right? He's adding to himself by adding the wife and the second wife and then the children and all of that. He's already a great man. You've already selected a great man. This great man just may also be so great. Like he's that much better than what you've ever asked for, that he has an abundance. There's nothing, that there's nothing in him. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I read the end of her comment. A man has one missing rib. Kind of tells me a lot of her frame of thought. Because you believe that a man really is missing a rib because a woman was made from his rib. And, not to disqualify the points you're making because you believe something I don't believe, but I can see where you're kind of coming from. But I'll say this. In polygamous cultures, a man is not getting a wife because he needs help. He's taking another woman off the street, guys. Okay? When relationships break down, women are often out here desolate, having to take care of this child on her own. Polygamous couples, polygamous families typically marry a woman that does have a child. Okay, so it's ideal to marry a woman without kids, obviously, but when you're polygamous, it's seen as you having a big enough heart to protect and provide for more than one woman, and getting them the help they need. A person asked a question one time: if you were in a country where kings live, right, and these kings get to go out and pick whatever wife they want, right? Whoever they want to marry, they can go pick her and marry her. So say the king shows up and says he wants to marry you. Now you'll be one of his wives, or you won't marry him at all. Now let's just say if you choose to marry this king, you'll be one of his wives, but your children will grow up now with status, with titles, because they are the king's children. They grow up in the protection of the castle. They live in the castle now. So now they're not out here with the commoners with all these crimes and things that can happen to them. You're in the protected place of the king, and but you're one of his wives, not only one wife. And this guy asked this woman this question, and she was like, I would just stay by myself and deal with a peasant before I'd be in the house with a king. And so he asked her, so, well, who are you thinking about when you give your answer? She says, me. He said, exactly. Because if you was thinking about your legacy, you would have went with the king.
Right.
Because the king could have took care of you. The king could have, your whole next generation would have been better because you chose to go with somebody who could provide and take care of you in a way no other man can. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of women said, I would choose the king, which highlights that women are hypergamous and don't disqualify you because you have other women. They're qualifying you because you can take care of them regardless of your other women. You see what I'm saying?
There's nothing wrong with looking over the fence and saying, hey, that person is doing amazing. I want to be with them. I want to do what they're doing. Right. What's weird is looking over the fence, seeing them doing great and saying, I don't want that because I can't have it for myself. That's selfishness.
Right.
So.
And she says a wife is a helpmeet. While a wife is a helpmeet, when a man seeks a wife, he's not looking for a helpmeet. You understand? That's just kind of like the cherry on top. Okay. He's looking to provide and protect his wife. Of course, she's going to support him and nurture him the way. But when a man goes against another wife, he's not thinking, I need some help. I need some help around this damn house. I need some more money. I need some more. I'm gonna find a woman who got more money so she can come help pay some of these bills. That's not what that is. But Lacey, you're here. You have to unmute yourself, love.
Peace, family. Peace, my love. Hello, chat. I just want to use this.
You broke up.
This is a big exception around poly. So since you already had the platform going and there was so many people watching, I just wanted to kind of drop my 2 cents. This is a common perspective from women that it has something to do with self-esteem, and in its own regard, it does, but not in the way that people think. People think that it's a lack of self-esteem to allow yourself to share space with another woman, but it actually takes self-esteem to be able to do so, to be in a place in your mind where you can say that this woman can exist she can occupy the same space as me without casting a shadow over me. I can still obtain my happiness even with this person in my environment. That takes a lot of confidence, and it takes is the idea of being enough is, and correct me if I'm wrong, as far as being dichotomy is because the idea of being enough, it's such a conflict in the woman's mind, and that's why a woman doesn't want another woman to be in her space, is because the idea of her presence means that you're not enough, right? But in the same breath, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. In the same breath, a woman will knowingly engage in conversation where she says, I'm not cooking. I don't like to clean. This is the type of woman he is not going to get from me. I don't want to be intimate with him. It's my body. I can do whatever I want to, but yet you want to secure this man and you don't want him looking anywhere else, but yet you don't want to give him everything that he says he requires to participate fully in this relationship. And then you want to argue about what it looks like to be enough. A woman that has self-esteem can have a conversation and say, you know what? You may want another partner, but guess what? I don't really like to cook. So can you find somebody that likes to cook?
Right.
You know what? I don't really like to clean. So can you make sure she knows what she's doing about, around upkeep in the house? It's a self-esteem issue and an insecurity issue when you won't even entertain the conversation because you're telling yourself you're enough for this man while simultaneously telling him what he's not getting when he asks something of you.
Right.
And then holding him to staying with you, holding him to being faithful to you, holding him to his promise of the commitment while you withhold from him. There are so many women that participate in relationships and have a list of what they're not going to do to keep it fully functioning, but then yet are worried about a threat of being enough. You could simply participate in the relationship fully and wholeheartedly, but few women are actually doing that and fighting to be there by themselves.
Absolutely.
So that's selfish. That's selfishness to me. Like, you know, like if I'm a woman and I'm an introvert, I don't like, you know, and let's say, Kev, me and you get married, you like to hike, you like to ski, and you know what I mean? And me being a person that stays in the house, I don't want to go. I have to be honest with myself in saying that despite the fact I love you and we have a loving relationship, there are things you are passionate about that you wish you may be able to share with a partner that I have no intention of giving you and I don't care to. There may be a benefit to you having access to that, not as far as intimacy wise necessarily, but just in having an outlet to share some of the things that you enjoy in that way. And then the way I benefit is getting some help around the house.
And I want to add this right here, Lacey. She says that one woman is queen of the castle. There can't be two queens in one home, biblically speaking. Let me say this before I deal with what you just said. Whatever reason, love, that you don't want to be poly is your reason. You don't have to justify it using anything, especially not the Bible, because the Bible does not say that you can't be poly. And I'm going to show you here. People like to say that this is not in the Bible, that God somehow is against it. But if you read this scripture right here, this verse, it's 2 Samuel 12:8. This is happening because God has asked David to go into Saul's camp and tell Saul, give Saul some type of direction. But God told Saul, man, it's not like it's breaking up or something.
So something.
I mean, hang on, okay. Let's see here. Testing. Okay, I think it was Lacey. I muted you for right now, Lacey, so I can say this without the static. So what happened is God sends this prophet named Samuel to tell Saul to do a certain thing when it comes to this war. Saul was supposed to kill all of the Amalekites, kill the women who have known a man, kill their animals, everything. And he kept some animals alive so he could sacrifice them later. God didn't like this. And because of this, he stripped Saul of his leadership and everything and gave it to David. So this is after David now has slept with Bathsheba, another man's wife, while he was off in war. So God is coming to David saying this: I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your arm. Now notice this, it said your master's wives into your arms. I gave you all of Israel and Judah. And if it had been too little, I would have given you even more. So you have this scripture of God telling David, I gave you Saul's wives. Now, never mind how could somebody freaking do that. That's crazy. I could see promoting a man, taking his authority. But how can you say y'all no longer going to be this man's wives? Y'all going to be David. So get turned on by him if you don't like him. I don't care if you're not sexually attracted to him. Just go be with him because I'm telling you to. That sounds crazy to me, right? Solomon is another example. You're absolutely right, Hollywood. So, okay, keep in mind here, this is just the first scripture. If you guys continue to read this book, this chapter, God is going to tell David that his punishment for sleeping with
Bathsheba.
Yes, his punishment for sleeping with Bathsheba is that his son is going to sleep with his wives in front of the whole nation. His son. Now you got to think that's crazy. Now, not only that, the boy is going to die. The baby boy that's born is going to die because Bathsheba gets pregnant. So he's going to die. But however, David stays with Bathsheba after the fact because he killed Uriah, her husband. He got killed on the front line in war. So the first baby dies just like God said it would. Okay, but this next baby, his name is Solomon. He becomes the wisest king that ever lived with over 300 wives and concubines. And this is not, and he was called blessed. So when people say this is not biblical, I don't know what Bible you're reading. She says taking the Bible out of context to support your desire is crazy. Where did I take the Bible out of context? If Saul had wives and God gave Saul's wives to David, how can you say God had a problem with wives? What I'm saying to you is, I'm not taking. You're saying that polygamy is not okay in the Bible. Then why didn't God just tell Saul he couldn't have wives? Why would God give something that he doesn't allow to David? Where does it say Paul had wives? Right here.
Right. God sent somebody to David to tell him he messed up with what he did with Bathsheba and Uriah, right? So he's like, he sent someone to tell him, you're doing wrong, right? Why would he not send someone to tell him he can't have multiple wives? You know?
Right. I want love to know, the lady who's asking me, where did it say he had wives? You messing with the wrong one now. I'm a Bible scholar. You can't play with me on this stuff. I know this stuff like the back of my head.
When she started going down that path, I was like, oh man, she don't even know.
Right. Look at this. The New International Version says, I gave you your master's house. He didn't say houses. I gave your master's house to you and your master's wives. He didn't say your master's wife. So the New Living Translation, I gave you your master's house and his wives. English Standard Version, your master's wives. Berean Standard Bible, master's wives. Now, again, if you continue to read this out, and let's just do this. Let's just, for the sake of argument, because I want people to truly understand what's happening here. Let's go to Samuel, period, okay? Let's see here. That was 12 and 8. Let's go to 13.
Somebody said she needs to start reading the Bible.
I don't want to interrupt the interception. I'm like, it sounds like it might be a little staticky. It might be because I'm overloading it or something.
What was you gonna say, Lacey? Was you about to make a point?
Kev, did you hear me?
Yeah. You were about to make a point, right?
Yeah, I was just saying to say one more thing, and then I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I feel like I might be making it a little staticky.
Okay.
But there was a comment that was made that it's one queen of the castle, and there may be people that feel that way. Poly is about sculpting your life the way you would have it be, about the people that are in them. In our union specifically, we made the choice to be under one roof. That is not an obligation. I have a associate of mine who's also poly, and her sister wife have their own homes separately. It's about what you desire and what you can fund and maintain. So the beautiful thing about poly is it's like a customized relationship. Like whatever you want to get out of it, it's possible to get out of it. The point of it is to have so much self-awareness and knowledge about your personal desires that you can convey that to your partners and find the applicable partners that can participate in providing that for you. And then you can have essentially your fairy tale relationship. That's what makes poly so unique, is the fact that there is no rule breaking. You know what I mean? You can have it set up however you would like. The only conflict you may come upon is whether or not your partners would agree that would serve the entire union. But if you can get over that hurdle, the possibilities are endless.
Absolutely.
There are people that stay in different houses. There are partners that stay in different states. There are partners that stay in different countries. It's not, you can literally do your relationship however you see fit. And then it's about your willingness as a unit to maintain whatever you guys agreed upon.
True.
But thank you for letting me up. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. And great conversation and great live.
Anytime, baby. I don't even think she heard me.
Yeah, I really like the thing Lacey said about selfishness. Like, it really does boil down to that. Like, you know, you said it when you spoke about marrying the king, and the king was like, you know, hey, that's, you know, it's a selfish thing. And then Lacey came back and said the same thing. Like, if you're in the relationship, you know, and you can't accept the, you know, it's more than likely selfishness. So it really is almost, you're dodging a bullet in a sense when you speak to someone and they speak about this type of arrangement in this way, because you're not living your life for yourself. It's for the children. It's for the next generation. It's for your spouse. You know, if you can only look at it and see it as, I'm not getting what I want as far as you exclusively, that is kind of a setup for a bad family dynamic in any way, you know, because the kids, you're gonna have to share me with the kids. You know,
Yeah,
you're gonna have to share me with work. You're gonna have to share me with my friends. So I just don't see it working with a person who thinks that way in general, who can't even see the other side of the fence. You can say, hey, I get how it would work for you guys, but I just would rather have an exclusive relationship, not for any other reason aside from the fact that it's just a preference. And if I had to do it a different way, I would. I think that would be better than to just say, yeah, you guys are wrong, and you know, I can't even deal. Right. So
you're absolutely right. And guys, after I read this part, we're gonna finish up. But I love to teach. Okay, so she asked, was there an apostrophe or something like that? I'm gonna read to you guys the King James version right here, since most people love the King James version. 12:8, it says, "And I gave thee thy master's house, and thy master's wives into thy bosom, and gave thee the masters of Israel and Judah, and gave thee the house of Israel and Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have moreover have given unto thee such and such things." So to me, it's like, if you would have given him more, but where would you have gotten it from? You'd have took it from somebody else. But not critiquing the Bible, because you guys don't like that. But let's just continue reading. "Wherefore hast thou despised the commandment of the Lord to do evil in his sight? Thou hast killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife to be thy wife, and hast slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. Now, therefore the sword shall never depart from thine house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be thy wife. Thus saith the Lord, behold," now this is God talking, guys. "Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thine own house," referring to his son, "and I will take thy wives before thine own eyes, and give them until thy neighbor, thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of the sun." This means in broad daylight, in front of everybody. "For thou did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all of Israel and before the sun." Now listen, that is the King James version, okay? Hard to read, hard to interpret for a lot of people. So what we'll do is we'll go to an easier understanding. Let's go to the New International Version, also known as the NIV. Verse 8 again. "Listen to me. I gave your master's house to you, and your master's wives into your arms," not bosom, but into your own arms. "I gave you all of Israel and Judah. And if all had been too little, I would have given you even more. Why did thou despise the word of the Lord by doing what is evil in his eyes? You struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and took his wife to be your own. You killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now therefore the sword will never depart from your house, because you despised me and took the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your own." This is what the Lord says. Instead of "thus saith the Lord," this is what the Lord says. "Out of your own household I am going to bring calamity on you. Before your very eyes I will take your wives and give them to one who was close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight. You did it in secret, but I will do this thing in broad daylight before all of Israel." Now listen, when I teach on this topic, I teach on it from the standpoint of people saying God is good all the time, right? But now think about this. God is full well right that David is wrong for killing Uriah. He's wrong for doing that. Uriah was your lead soldier, your best soldier. You put this man on the front line so he could fall, so you could have this man's wife. That's crazy. He slept with the woman because he saw that she was naked. He thought she was pretty and sexy. So he sent for her. She slept with him because she can't say no, he's the king, right? And so Now she's pregnant, and Uriah comes home. He wants Uriah to go back to war. I mean, he wants Uriah to stay home and sleep with his wife so he can think it's his baby. But Uriah says, no, I can't be at home having sex when my soldiers are in the war dying. He had too much character. So Uriah goes back off the war. David doesn't want to know, doesn't want Uriah to find out, so he puts him on the front line in the toughest place of war and has him killed, right? So this is wrong. God is right about that. That's wrong. But how God chose to handle it was to now let David, now have David's wives slept with in front of everybody. But God didn't okay this with the wives. The wives didn't say they was attracted to whoever God's going to use just to do this. So those wives will now be great, really. Because now just imagine you're David's wives. And they say, because of what David did, these other men going to sleep with y'all. This other man going to sleep with y'all in public, in front of the sun, in front of the whole nation. Imagine how his wives must have felt. And people believe this is literally true. I know it's parable. But if you think this is really true, that's a good God. I mean, I know that's going to offend a lot of people, but damn, yo. You give the man's wives to another man because he cheated? That's crazy. Now, this is biblical talk, but guys, if you don't read this whole book, you will sit here and you will think that it's so great, but really there's some things in here you wouldn't even agree with. I'm sure if you guys were God, this is not how y'all would have handled this. But that's not the point we were making, okay? Before I end this, she says, pull up Titus 1 and 6. No, I have no problem with it at all. We'll pull it up. Now, you got to understand, whatever Titus 1 and 6 is going to say, it doesn't negate what is said here. He still gave this man's wives to another man. This is twice Saul's wives to David. And now to punish David, he's going to give his wives to another man in front of the whole, what's her name? 1 and 6, it says, an elder must be blameless, faithful to his wife, a man whose children believe and are not open to the charge of being wild and disobedient. So this scripture right here saying a man must be faithful to his wife, this is just making it clear that you don't have to have several wives. A man must be faithful to his wife. If that doesn't mean wives are not okay. Do you understand this? Let's just say a man must raise his child. Does that mean that a man can only have one child? You got to think about how you guys are reading this. When you read things to try and prove a point, you'll often misinterpret them and make it something else. If you said a man should take care of his kid, are you saying that he shouldn't have 2 kids?
Right.
So a man his wife. Now that means he can't have 2 wives. It said be faithful to your wife. Right. It says a man should raise his child up in the way that he should go. Does that mean he can't have children?
Right. And this describes an elder, right? Even if it was specific, which it's not. This describes an elder. This is not just a man. This is, someone in an official capacity operating for the church, right? This is not what she says it is, So I don't. No, it's not even close. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's not even close. There's plenty of examples of multiple wives. There are none of God saying you can only have one wife. And in this situation, he is referring to the function of a wife, not just a singular wife, right? So yeah. Oh man.
So again, she says, she wants to read the King James version. We'll get to it. We'll start here. We'll go with that. An elder must be blameless, faithful to his wife, a man whose children believe and are not open to the charge of being wild and disobedient. American Standard Version. If any man is blameless, the husband of one wife, having children that believe. Berean, an elder must be blameless, the husband of but one wife. Douay, Ring's Bible. If any be without crime, the husband of one wife, having faithful children, not accused of riot or unruly. Let's go on down to the English Revised Version. We'll stop at King James Version. If any man is blameless, the husband of one wife, having children that believe, who are not accused of riot or unruly. Now here's the one she wants me to read. If any be blameless, the husband of one wife, having faithful children, not accused of riot or unruly. So again, you're saying, if any man be blameless, the husband of one wife, as if a husband of 2 wives is a problem.
Right.
This is not what it's saying. You've already saw the contradiction that that God allowed Saul to have multiple wives, blessed that union, then stripped him of those wives, gave them to David. So if you say, well, he didn't approve of Saul having wives, well, he gave those wives to David. So if you believe that a man, in order for a man to be blameless, he must have one wife, why would God give David multiple wives? And you have to ask yourself, if there's a blatant contradiction, is that what this scripture is saying?
Right. And this is Paul writing to someone about how to establish the hierarchy in the church, right? That's the purpose of this letter. So he's described. It's a job description. I'm not even joking. That's what this is. This is a job description. He's saying this is what an elder will be, right? So even if this were saying what you thought it said, it's only saying it about people who are elders in the church, what the qualifications are. But let's say, we still aren't clear on it. It's saying an elder should be a leader of one wife. So that's at least one, right? You don't want someone who doesn't have a family leading the church. That's what the purpose of this is. You got to take it into context. And you can tell the whole context isn't there when you read. There's a difference reading from one version to another because it's said in a different verse. What explained, I guess you could say, in a different the following verse in some versions, where it says it in the first verse in the versions that in some other versions we were reading. So yeah, the real answer there is it's not saying what you think it says. you know, yeah,
you're absolutely right. And I love that you pointed out that this is Paul's writings, guys. So when people say, well, that's Old Testament, I work with the New Testament, I say, you're not a Christian, you're a Paulinian. You're a Paulinian. You value the words of Paul over the Old Testament or any other part of the Bible.
Over the words of God, right?
Right. Absolutely. Number one, Paul is just a pen name. He never existed. But before we do that to you, let's just talk about what Paul is doing here. Paul is writing letters to different cities and telling them how to be Christians based on what he thinks Christianity is, how it's practiced around him. Paul was not Jewish. You understand? So Paul is a late Christian, a modern Christian back in the day. So when you see Ephesians and all these different chapters of Colossians, it's Paul writing a letter to Colossia to explain to them how to be Christian. So look, let's go to the beginning here. He's writing to Titus. He says, Paul, a servant of God and an apostle of Jesus Christ, to further the faith of God's elect to their knowledge and of the truth that leads to godliness. So he's writing this message to Titus. And so if you go down to that part where this scripture is going to be mentioned in 6, it says, appointing elders who love what is good. The reason I left you in Crete was that you might put in order what was left unfinished and appoint elders in every town as I direct you. So as Kyle said, he's referring to elders. An elder must be blameless, faithful to his wife, a woman whose children believe they are not open to the charge of being wild and disobedient. Since an overseer manages God's household, he must be blameless, not overbearing, not quick-tempered, and not given to drunkenness, not violent. As you can see, this is explaining what elders should look like. You should be faithful. And in many cases, Paul did say, if you are a pusher of the gospel, a messenger of the gospel, he advises you not to even get married, period. So if he thinks if you're going to take the Bible seriously, marriage will only slow you down. And these is Paul's words. So that's obviously not any criteria of the Bible. It's Paul giving his opinion. You see what I'm saying? And it's the same way. Paul is saying, here's what will make a good elder. A man who's blameless to his wife. He's faithful to his wife. He's not cheating on her. And he's teaching his children right. So they're not out here misbehaving. Why would you make a person an elder if he's not faithful to his wife? Why would you make a person an elder if he can't even raise his own children up to be obedient? You see? And then it goes into the criteria as far as his character traits. Manages God's household. He must be blameless, not overbearing, not quick-tempered. You got to understand, Paul is trying to explain to Titus what an elder is, and you're taking this scripture and saying it means you can't have a wife, have more than one wife. You're taking it out of context, love. She said, study to show yourself approved. You study to show yourself approved. Now this plan. We ain't gotta go. Thank you so much for your dialogue, Monica, Moni, love. Again, you have your beliefs. I wouldn't try to take that from you, but I know this Bible well, okay? And so when you say something like polygamy is wrong in the Bible, I gotta show you where you're off. And if you can't accept that, I've shown you the scriptures. If you can't accept that it's in your Bible and it's okay in your Bible, that's your issue. Because guess what? Even if it's okay in the Bible, it still doesn't have to be your thing, love. So I don't know why it seems like you need the Bible to be against this to somehow back you up for not wanting to be poly. You don't need that. You're your own person. It doesn't matter what the Bible says in that regard. If you don't want to be poly, you don't have to be. You see what I'm saying? So
that speaks to how she sees herself again.
Your own, you know, decisions.
Yeah, that speaks to how she sees herself again. Yeah.
Say it again.
I said that speaks to how she sees herself again, right? That's not about us. You know,
Absolutely.
You need the Bible to say that you are right in this, but it doesn't. So now what does that mean to you? You know? So everything you said was right.
And she's still right to say, I don't want poly for whatever reason. She could say, I don't want to share a man. I just want my man to do it with me. You're right.
Right.
That's the life you manifest. You don't need all these reasons to back you up because frankly, those reasons don't back you up. You just said it was in the Bible. It's not, love. It's not. Right. Okay. So someone says, is it okay for my wives to have another man? And please don't go over this comment. It's a real question. Is it okay if my wives, me personally, Laura, I believe you're asking. So if you have to be asking for me. No, it's not okay for my wives to have another man. Absolutely not. Do you understand?
Not the agreement.
That's not the agreement. And that's why. Because when I created my relationship, I wanted to make sure that they did not want another man because it would be unfair if they want that and I won't allow it and they're giving me that. So I asked them, hey, do y'all want another man? No, I don't. Good. Because if you would have said, yeah, you wouldn't have been in a union with me. That's just how it is. I can't have no other man in my life trying to lead my wives or being with my wives in any way. You know, so, and that's how I see it. So now some other man, I do know some couples who, a poly couple who it's one woman and two men. You see what I'm saying? So people are going to have their reasons for why they would do something or not do something, but no, absolutely not. I am my wife's husband and their king, and ain't no man coming nowhere near that. You see what I'm saying? But to each his own, and that's what you have to say. To each his own. For all y'all women out there who say, I don't want to share my man, you don't have to. You don't have to believe in polygamy at all. You can 100% go and build your monogamous relationship, and no one should be able to judge you for that. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is. That's like saying this. Okay, let's say a man and his woman sometimes have threesomes, right? They invite another woman over, right? And so you ask the woman, what if your man wanted another man just like you sleeping with this woman? She'll say no. She don't want no man to be sleeping with no other man. She'll say hell no. And that she has every right to say that. You see what I'm saying? So if I say no, I do not agree with my wives having another man. I couldn't take it. So I'll say this. Maybe I'm insecure. My wives are stronger than me because I couldn't share them for nothing, okay?
You give her that one. Yeah, I'm insecure.
Yeah, you got it. You win on that one because hell no.
I'm not doing it. That's hilarious.
Hell no. But listen, y'all, I thank y'all for coming in, man, and having this bill with us.
Yeah. Nice hanging with you, Kevin. I'm out of here. See.
Okay, Kyle, man. Thanks, bro. Yeah, y'all. Thank y'all for coming in, man, and having this bill with us, man. Hopefully you guys learned a lot. I always try to say that because that's the whole point that I do these lives and stuff, to bring more clarity to these types of topics. But Math Hoffa, some of the things that he was saying, man, was outside of how I think. And I have heard these thoughts before. Again, Amora has stated some of these thoughts. And that's why it was so kind of compelling to me, because I always thought that she was just saying that as a kind of like a way to blame my brother for, the breakdown of their relationship or how it went. But I can see now that's her original thought. So I have to respect that's her original thought. But I'd like to know more about it. I'd like to explore more about it. Why is it his fault? Because he's the leader. He may be the leader because he's the man, but why is it his fault? Because he's the leader. Because you're a leader doesn't mean that she'll follow you. Doesn't mean that she will not be contentious. Doesn't mean that she won't, hit you and do all that toxic stuff. So if a man should avoid this at all costs, when he leaves, if it's still his fault for leaving those type of situations, that means everything is his fault. It means that nothing can happen inside that union that's not his fault. And that to me, it's bad because it doesn't hold women accountable for anything when they are adults. They are adults. So there should be some level of accountability on her. even if the man has to wear some of the blame because he's the leader, some accountability should still be on her. If my child skips school, I may be a terrible parent, but my child is skipping school. I may not be a terrible parent, but I have to take some of the blame for my child skipping school because I'm their parent, right? So of course, this would happen. In some states, they'll lock you up if your child keeps skipping school, right? So they'll say, you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do to get them here. That's how it has to be. Well, your child's rebellious. Well, what do you do when your child's rebellious? You take them to school yourself. Well, what if you take them and they leave out anyway? At this point, it becomes like, yo, the child has to take some responsibility for this. And this is why the child will get expelled. They'll get suspended. And even though there's repercussions on the parent, there's repercussions for the child too. So when you say it's all the man's fault because he's the leader, are you saying that woman doesn't deserve any type of critique, any type of accountability like that child? A child would get accountability in school. If the child's going to school fighting people, they're not going to say it's not your fault, it's the parent's fault. And the child won't get any accountability. They will. They will. And so I just want to know more about that. You see what I'm saying? And if you could respond to this without insulting me and denigrating me, because I'm not doing that to you. I just want more of your thoughts on the subject because it resonates with what Math Hoffa said. And I'm frankly, I'm interested. So if someone knows more, you can get this to her. I would love to see her kind of respond to just simply, why is it the man's fault? Because he's the leader. Okay. And if it is, why won't she follow him? Because he's the leader. Why won't she follow him with full trust? Because he's the leader. Because if it fails, it's on him. Why not? But to end this right here, Lacey says, and that's polygamy. That's polyamory. You're right. It would change the whole dynamic of our relationship. And we do not practice. We practice polyamory. We practice polygamy, which is a closed union, like polyandry, meaning we have our own promises and vows to each other that we have to keep. Okay. And many women try me. Lacey can tell you. We go out in public. Jamie can tell you even more so. It happens even more so when I'm with Jamie. I think maybe she seems more inviting. But women will walk right up to us and ask her if we're open. They'll tell them how good I look and ask if we're open. I swear to God, they'll inbox my wives. Lacey will confirm this. They will inbox my wives and be like, hey, are y'all looking for any sister wives? And they'll always tell them, no, we're not. This is a closed union. So we know this. This is our kind of like script that we say to people because we've had to say this often. No, we're not open to adding anybody else on. We are who we are. But y'all, poly, why stop there? Because this is where I want to stop. This is who I want to spend my life with. These two women. I don't want to add a bunch of women. I don't want to do that. You understand? So we have to say this all the time. And Lacey, I promise you could confirm it. While many of you women say I would never share a man, Lacey will tell you she can't hardly beat women off with a stick from trying to join our union. And Jamie could tell you the same thing. Okay. And then Eric Weston says Math Hoffa is a sucker. I don't even know what he said. I like Math Hoffa though. Math Hoffa nice. And maybe I'm just, I like his music, so I like him, therefore, but hearing his thoughts, we do think differently, but it takes a little more than that for me not to like a person. I like Math Hoffa. Yo, Math nice. I like how Math approached situations too. Math just dope to me. So, hey, maybe one day I could do an interview or something on Math's podcast. We could talk about a subject together. But Math, nice, yo. Eric, the first time I saw Math, I was hooked. Math, nice, yo. I feel like he can go with the best of them when it comes to rapping too. But anyway, guys, what Marilyn says that God did not give this woman to David. He sinned and took the woman. I'm not talking about Bathsheba. I'm talking about the wives that he gave David from Saul. You see what I'm saying? Jerome says, money talk, bullshit walk, period. No, when you have money and power, you can call the shots. Simple shit. This is the fact, Jerome. This is a fact. But he is a bully. He is a bully, Eric. That's true. And maybe I'm overlooking that because I like Math. You see what I'm saying? But Math is a bully. He can definitely be a bully. You know what I mean? But I like Math. Hopefully he grows out of that. I think he has. Math doing some real shit. I mean, I didn't say real shit because he got a podcast. That ain't real shit. But he doing shit that, I like Math. I don't know what to say, man. But anyway, guys, thank y'all for watching, man. Very interesting hearing what Math's thoughts were on that. I keep wanting to say math instead of math. But I it was interesting hearing his thoughts on that. Clearly, everybody don't think the same because most people felt like Safaree was well within his right can you please do more religious live streams? I'll tell you what, I'll create a membership program for those of you who are really interested in religion, because it's not a topic I want to cover openly on my page. It comes with a lot of ridicule. I end up upsetting a lot of people. And so it's got to be something that you guys are interested in. I'll make it very cheap too. But I'll get back to you guys on that reverse. And we'll definitely do more religious live streams, okay? Okay, Eric said he respect that, okay. So what I was saying was, obviously people have mixed opinions about what Safaree did. It seems like the majority, though, seems like everybody on Math's podcast agree with what Safaree did because they understand the why. But it seems that Math doesn't agree that you should get ahead of it. He believes you should respond after it happens, but I don't think he's considering, or maybe he hasn't talked to enough men that has gone through this, and maybe he'll be enlightened once that happens. For example, he said him and his baby mothers went at it, right? They bit him and stuff like that. What if somebody hit his baby mothers up right now and tried to get information out of them? And what if they gave it? What if they say, yeah, I bit his arm, but he hit me? Because it would be hard to know whose baby mothers are. He's already said it's a baby mother. He didn't say some woman I dated in the past. So if they hit his baby mothers up and they asked him for, can you come in and talk about what your relationship was like with Math Hoffa just to get the views, offer him some money? If they down bad, they might take that bread and get up there and do a lot of talking. If they were to lie on him and say all these aggressive things happen, it would likely be believable because he has shown that he's a bully, just like Eric Weston said. He's knocked men out on cam. They didn't hit him first. It's a battle rap. You're supposed to be a battle rapper, which means professionalism is letting that person say whatever they're going to say to you and you say stuff back, but you chose to hit him. So if a woman says, well, Math used to hit me, people will say, well, I've seen Math be aggressive. If this would have happened to you, Math, and your platforms and your things begin to take a hit, would you respond then? Would you think that you're a bitch for responding? Would you think that you're a bitch for getting ahead of it? Let's just say you see the interview promoted, right? Interview with Math Hoffa's wife. She's going to give us the down and dirty, right? And you see this interview's coming up next week. Would you just sit quietly and not say a word and just wait on her to get up there and destroy your image? Or what would you do? Would you try to reach out to her and be like, yo, what you doing? Because maybe you wouldn't go online about it, because I think that you're very against handling it online, but not handling it. But I mean, I'd love to hear how you would handle that. But people says, Jerome says, question, was a man created for a woman or a woman for a man? See, listen, you're asking the wrong brother, because I don't believe we were created. You understand? So I don't have those beliefs. I don't have those beliefs that we were created by a God, and God pulled a rib out of a man and made a woman with it and told her to be subject to him. I don't believe that. You know, just like I don't think there was a bull with one rib and then God put the bull to sleep and created another bull. I think we all evolved to look like how we look and behave how we behave. So created for one another? No, I don't believe we were created for each other, like created to be subject to anybody like that, or even created. You see what I'm saying? So Jerome Miller says respect. All right, cool. I believe that we should work together and be in harmony. And I think the universe teaches us that when we come together, we create life. There's no other way to get it other than a man and woman coming together. And it takes both to nurture this child and raise it. The mother has to milk the child, to provide nutrients to the child via her own body, and the man has to provide sustenance and resources, shelter to that child via his own body, which shows you that we need each other. We need to be there to create and for life to thrive. We need each other. So this movie Hancock says we were made in pairs. I would say it's closer to that than a man being made first and a woman being pulled from him and all that type of stuff. Historically, using historical evidence, we come from women. If you take out the word created, historically using archaeology, women are older than men as far as their existence on this planet. Now, we could find potentially a man who outdates or predates Lucy. But so far, the oldest specimen that we have found archaeologically is that of a woman, and it's millions of years older than the man that we found. So I don't think it's necessarily right to deduce that must mean women come from men. rather than explore and continue the investigation and seeing what we find. So I don't want to jump to the idea that, well, that must mean that men come from women. But I can say that would be more evidence to support that women were here first, being that we have found older fossils that were women than anything we found of a man. I mean, millions of years older, you know. So whatever conditions allow that woman's body to be still there, maybe something like that happens and we can find a male that is of the same age or even older, but I still don't believe that would mean that women came from men either. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that if anything, women could have been more like a starfish. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but starfish create from themselves. Single-celled organisms, they replicate from themselves. Okay. In fact, you break a starfish's arm or leg off, whatever you want to call their extremities, whatever you want to call them, arms, legs, or whatever you break off, head, whatever you want to look at it, that arm will grow a whole nother body. Okay. Now the thing about single-celled organisms is because they create themselves from themselves, they don't need an outside being to do this. They're more susceptible to disease because they have the exact same DNA. They are clones. Okay. You know, if anything, I would say we could have been single-celled organisms. That some people think, some historians think that women created sperm as well as eggs, and that sperm could impregnate and create more. And the need came for strength and building and things of that nature. So they evolved and to creating a man. And a lot of the evidence is men have breasts and nipples that don't work, right? So therefore, the woman has breasts that work. So they're looking at it like, you know, we come from her, and you know, it models that, because why do we have nipples, right? Of course, her nipples would be useful, right? For the baby to nurse on and pull the milk, extract the milk from her breast. But why do men have nipples? And these are just things I've heard along the way in studying where we come from and how old everybody is and things of that nature. But you will find a large selection of intellectual people who believe that men evolved from women, which would mean that women were here first. You see what I'm saying? But Jonathan says women came from man. Eve was created from Adam's rib. Read Genesis. If you want to know the truth. So, Jonathan, let me ask you, why are you so prone to reading Genesis? Why didn't you say read the Bhagavad Gita? Why did you say read the Bhagavad Gita or the Quran? Why you want us to read the Bible to find out where we came from? I just want to know. And listen, I hate to laugh because I definitely don't want to seem like I'm laughing at nobody's beliefs. I'm not. If you believe that because it says that in Genesis, man, then you have your answer. But I'm just saying to you, these things are not. I'll tell you this, okay? If it's Adam and Eve, okay, that was created by God, and this is where human beings started. Why is the oldest woman millions of years old? Do you know how old Adam and Eve would be if Adam and Eve was created by God, like it's in Genesis? You know that she's no older than 10,000 years old, right? The earth is millions of years old, and there are fossils of beings that existed on this planet for millions of years. Okay? The Sphinx is older than Adam and Eve. Like literally, the pyramid, the Sphinx in Africa is older than Adam and Eve. Who built it? And this ain't a lie to tear anybody's beliefs down, but if you're saying, we're just speaking about facts here, if you believe woman came from man in the Garden of Gethsemane, not in the Garden of Gethsemane, they go say, Karen, I know what he said the Garden of Gethsemane. That's what Jesus was crying at because he didn't want to be sacrificed. Okay, crucified. The Garden of Eden, okay? If that's what you guys believe, you really have to ask yourself, okay, how old would Adam and Eve be if they never died right now? Okay, how old are fossils of human beings that we found? They predate this family, not just bones, archaeological findings, buildings predate Adam and Eve, okay? So according to the Bible, humans are older than the earth if you actually just read, you know what I'm saying, and do some studying for yourself. But I ain't gonna stay on that long. I'm going to create a membership program for you guys to to join if you want to learn more about religion. Okay. I'll work on that today. By next week, I should have that ready, and we'll start doing a once a week build on religion, just like we used to. Okay. It is something that's still very much needed. And for people who want that information, I don't want to be hoarding that. But I will say this. I have tons of videos up from years ago, still up live on my Facebook, on my YouTube page. So just if you scroll down far enough, you'll see all those religious videos. I basically deal with every topic. These videos are hours long, and it's a wealth of information there, family. Okay. I've chosen to talk about more practical things than religion. I know that we need a lot of help when it comes to religion, but I think we need help in relationships, probably more predominant than we do religion. This seems to be affecting us everywhere. Our society looks the way it looks because we don't understand relationships and how to treat each other. So I felt like I'll go there as a means to help more people, because everybody ain't even concerned with religion. And often when we try to teach somebody about it, they get angry with you and want to do something to you. So I felt like the way of least resistance is, if you want to help people, you want to contribute, let's talk about relationships and how to treat each other. Hopefully, Kevin, you can help families stay together longer and put a dent in this crisis that we're facing, in this single hookup culture, single mother hookup culture crisis. Hopefully I can put a dent in that. So that's been my goal. But if you guys really want that, we can definitely create a membership program solely for learning on religion. Okay. But that's it, guys. I'm gonna hop off here. I'm starting to get a little tired. I'm about to go get some food in me. And thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for everything, family. All right. Share the video. Let everybody know about it. Come back and watch it. Put a comment once I get off. You know, all that good stuff. I don't think you will. Half of y'all wouldn't even like the video. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Love you all. Peace. Oh, wait, I'm doing something wrong. Hang on. I'm doing it wrong. I tried to get off, but I left the studio instead of hitting end stream. So now I'm ending it. See you guys later.